The background. I came into a negative entity 10 years ago. I have since had unimaginable bad luck, to the point people joke that I'm cursed in my peer groups. The only person who believes me is my best friend, because he saw it too. I believe I have some type of negative entity that follows me and tries to make my life miserable. I know this sounds crazy and this will be a long post. Please bear with me and assist if you can. I assure you, every ounce of this story is true and has been a repressed memory because of how traumatizing it was. Roughly 10 years ago, my best friend's father was hospitalized for the first time. His mother is deceased. The night after he went to the hospital, I woke up to my friend pounding on my window. I woke up and he was drenched in sweat and gasping for air. He had told me that all of the lights in his house were flickering on and off. The door blew open. There was pounding on the staircase, and the appliances in the house were turning on and off, the laundry specifically. He was so scared he ran 4 miles to my house without stopping. Anon was by no means out of shape, but he was no athlete. At the time I was half asleep and just told him to come inside and we'll talk about it in the morning. Morning came, and on the way to school he explained all of these supernatural things happening in the home. I told him it didn't make sense and he had been living there for 6 months with no issues. Why the sudden change? His father was a pastor and now was no longer in the home. I made jokes with my friends and we poked fun at him saying, Anon's ghost does his laundry for him, and we thought that was the end of it. Next night, same thing. My friend had run 4 miles to my house again because the episode was traumatizing and more violent. After more fun poking, he implored us to spend the night with him and see for ourselves. I need to state that the next thing I did was very, very fucking stupid. When we got to the home, I challenged the entity, told that it doesn't exist and that it's a pussy, a coward, that will only show itself to Anon and not be present when the pastor is in the home. The rules were simple. No one smokes any weed, no one consumes any alcohol. Everyone must spend the night with Anon completely sober. Fast forward, we're all sleeping in the living room, and I awake in the middle of the night. I look at the clock and it's a little after 3 a.m. and close my eyes. Suddenly, there's pounding on the staircase and the lights in the basement are flickering. The washing machine is turning on. I instantly assume that my friends are playing a joke on me and look over. Every single person is sound asleep next to me. Out of sheer fear and denial, I close my eyes and wrap myself in the blanket. The stairs stop pounding, the lights stop flickering, and the appliances stop beaking. At almost the same moment, there was an immense amount of pressure on my chest, and I began sinking into the couch, deeper and deeper. It felt like I had 225 pounds on a bench press on my chest. I began to sweat violently and become overwhelmed with anxiety, too scared to open my eyes. I began telling myself, on the count of 3, open your eyes and scream. Look at what's happening. Fucking do it. On my first count of 3, I bitched out and didn't open them. The sinking sensation became more powerful and tears began to slowly leak out of my eyes while they were closed. On my next count of 3, I opened my eyes, and when I went to scream, nothing came out. But what I saw horrified me. It was a large shadow figure between 7 to 8 feet tall. I'm over 6 feet. It was transparent, and I couldn't make out any specific physical features other than what would translate to some sort of hooded cloak. I immediately closed my eyes and began to weep silently to myself, and within a moment, the pressure on my chest alleviated and the couch I was being pushed into unsank. I jumped out of the couch, turned on every single light and woke everyone up. Anon clearly knew what had happened and yelled, "You fucking saw it, didn't you? What did it do to you? You're pale like I was." I explained to them the story, and we all agreed to leave and go back to my house. Since this day, my luck has been so bad that it doesn't seem any level of natural. I assure you, the reader, I'm a very good person. I have over 750 hours of community service documented and many other non-documented things that I do in my spare time, with individuals who need help. I'm positive to every single person I meet, and my old therapist had even stated that I'm overwhelmingly positive and bring wonderful energy into the room. I do not dwell on the negatives. I look past them and try to come out better. I'd be willing to go over the amount of uncanny things that have happened to me over the last decade, but this is by far my longest post. My conclusion. I believe that this entity cursed me or follows me around, and I still have random things happen that are paranormal in nature, but I just ignore them. TV turning on full blast middle of the night, light switches being flipped in other rooms, but there are very few and far between. Seems like it's just reminding me it's there, and then it can fuck with me whenever it wants. In October 2020, my husband and I moved in temporarily with his dad and stepmom. While securing our next housing, we stayed in their basement. We've never liked his stepmom. She honestly just has this negative energy and makes a room feel miserable as soon as you walk in. The whole time, we noticed our things going missing with no explanation. We chalked it up to misplacing and figured we'd find everything when we moved out. I'm a bit of a crazy sleeper and saw a large dark figure twice while there, but again, bit of a crazy sleeper. Never really see figures, but sleep talk different languages and my husband say I act possessed all the time. A couple months ago, maybe December, my husband lost his wedding ring. We're still newlyweds and tore apart the entire basement trying to find it. We both distinctly remember looking in the desk drawers. Nothing. A week later, I open the desk drawer and it's sitting in plain sight. Fast forward a couple months, we move out. In our new place, I have one of the remote-controlled outlets where you can plug a lamp in and power it using the remote. We're laying down watching TV and the lamp turns on. The remote sitting untouched by my side. We think it may be an electrical issue and turn it off. A few weeks later, our living room TV remote goes missing. My husband is the main person to use this TV. I rarely do. So I chalked it up to him misplacing it. I helped search and we tore apart the living room, couch cushions, everything. Luckily, our bedroom TV has the same remote, so we used that for a few days back and forth. Then one night, he was playing video games and I wanted to watch a show. I asked if I could take the remote to the bedroom. He said sure. I get up with the remote and start walking over. And right on the end of the section or couch is the other remote in plain sight. Not under a blanket, on a cushion, nothing. Just sitting there plain as day. We both freak out, knowing how much time we spent looking for the other remote. I thought these weird occurrences would stop when we moved out, but now I'm wondering if something followed us. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if the energy at my in-laws' house was so awful that the entity attached itself to us and followed us. What do you think? I've always believed my childhood home has had a presence since I was young, but this night has set that belief in stone. I live in a one-story house that was built in the 1990s. It has an open floor plan and my room is the last room down, the only enclosed hallway in this home. Also, it's the only room that faces the street, other than my father's office, but that was added on after the home was built. Despite being at the end, there are two entrances, the door from the hallway and a Jack and Jill bathroom that connects to my mother's office. This Jack and Jill has a cabinet that refuses to remain shut, and my bathroom lights never have lasted long enough, even though they're LEDs, usually lasting 3 weeks to a month. Also, I have a fan in the Jack and Jill. The fan faces the opposite way for context, towards my room, away from the cabinet. Hallway because the AC doesn't work into my room because of a design flaw in my home. I'm from Arizona. On Sunday night, I organised my backpack for my school day and made sure all my assignments were in for school. As I winded down and plugged my phone in and turned off the lights, I sat down on my bed. It was 1:45 at this point. I heard a slight shuffling. I own a cat, so I assumed it was him. Then I heard the cabinet door hit the wall that's behind it. I then remembered my dad sometimes gets up and watches YouTube at this time of night, and sometimes grabs toilet paper or batteries stored there, so I dismissed it. But then I heard the fan click and one of the cabinets slam. He's very gentle with doors in this house and gets very irritable if anything slams. He was now ruled out, so being a main character, I yelled out, "Dad, is that you?" Getting no response, I moved to, "Mom?" And the noises started up in the bathroom area, so I yelled, "Whoever is there better leave." The noises stopped, and I made a mad dash for my desk and grabbed the box cutter I was using for a project, and then yelled out, "Leave now!" Then, very loud footsteps running away. I grabbed my phone and called my father, concerned that this intruder was grabbing a knife from our kitchen. I frantically told my dad that I believed that someone's in the house. He awoke immediately and met up with me in my room. Then, after making sure I was unharmed, searched the whole house and reviewed the footage from the camera in the kitchen that faces the hallway. My room is down. Nothing walked past. Nothing was in the hallway. And now my cat refuses to go into this hallway, even though my room is his favourite, and will cry and sprint out of it when carried back now. The next day, my mum found that 3 huge binders that had been in a box managed to fall out and down onto her office floor. I plan on doing a smoke cleanse, but for now, I sleep with all my lights on and with the box cutter on my nightstand. When I was 13, my pet dog Oggy passed away due to complications with his spleen. My family was very aware this was coming for a while and had a set date because he was diagnosed with hemangiosarcoma 2 weeks prior, and the runtime of this condition tends to be around 2 weeks. Although my family adopted him when he was around 10 and only had him for 4 years, he made a huge impact on our family. Not only our family, in fact, but also the whole neighbourhood. When we would take our evening walks, people would literally stop their cars and ask, "Is that Oggy?" or "How's Oggy?" The little miniature Schnauzer Pomeranian mix made a name for himself. Back to the story. He was put down 2 days after my 13th birthday. The next few months I spent in agony. The elderly dog was a solid rock in my life, especially because my home life caused me not to be in the best state mentally. Every night he'd sleep under my bed and lick my hand until he knew I was safely asleep, before moving to my parents' room across the house. On this particular night, I was crying, grieving the loss of my beloved pet. When I dangled my hand over the other side of my bed in hopes that I would feel him there, nothing happened until a second before I fell asleep. I felt something nuzzle my hand as he once would. My experience doesn't end there, though. When I startled awake, it was morning. Thinking it was just a breeze, I got up and walked out to the kitchen with tears in my eyes. When I got there, Oggy jumped up onto me. I burst into tears when my dad simply asked, "Why are you crying? He would never leave without a goodbye." I hugged him. He wasn't sick like how I remembered. He looked like how he did when we adopted him, like how he would like to be remembered. I pulled him close and just promised I would never forget him and told him goodbye. That's when I jolted awake. It felt like that was real. I was clutching the plushie I put his collar on in my hands. It's been almost 5 years since that, and I still remember it so clearly. I truly believe he wanted me to see him healthy to say goodbye, as for the last time I saw him in real life, he was the shell of a dog I knew. From that day on, I've only been able to recall saying goodbye to him in that dream. For the past 2 or 3 years, something very strange has been happening. Above my bedroom door is a clear window, as my house is fairly old and many houses had these small windows back then. This all started a while back. I'm someone who tends to stay up late after everyone is asleep. My entire room is pitch black when I sleep, and no lights in my house are on at night. However, most nights, from outside my bedroom door, there's some type of flashing or flickering bright light. It's almost like someone is playing with a flashlight outside of my door, and it's terrifying. It sometimes lasts a few seconds or a couple minutes. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it is very unusual. It's definitely not our main light, as surely I would see the flashing of it in the day. And our main light is more of a yellowish colour, whereas the flash is completely white. Our blinds are completely blackout, and there's no way for them to project light from outside as there's no lights outside that window. I've asked everyone in my family if they've ever seen this unusual flashing light, and they all claim to not have seen it. There's been times where it's so bright, it would most definitely wake you up, and none of my family did. I know it can't be anyone in my family, as it always happens when they're asleep. It's only ever happened when they're asleep. I've asked them if they've woken in the night and left their room for whatever reason when it's happened, and they said they didn't. Does anyone have any idea what this could be, or am I being stupid? I'm genuinely so confused and scared because it's something so weird that's happened to me, and only me. My family have no idea what I'm talking about. Most of this stuff happened to me between the ages of 10 to 18. Whatever these things are, they've really enjoyed screwing with me periodically. I was 17 and just got home from some event, either with a church group or some friends, I don't remember. It was about 11 PM, and as mandated, I woke my parents to let them know I was home and alive. Don't remember why I felt the need to shower that night, but I did. The shower was a stall with a glass door and a really high pressure steam, which was almost deafening in that plastic stall. You would have to shout at me right next to the bathroom door in order for me to hear you, so that's why what happened next was so shocking. Mid-shower, there's this loud, blood-curdling female scream that I could hear from the shower. I had never heard someone scream like that in real life, and it paralysed me for a second. I have 2 sisters, so I immediately thought the worst. So I burst out of the shower and ran to my parents' room, dripping wet, wearing only a towel, fully expecting my parents to be getting up to see who was screaming. The house wasn't that big, just a double-wide trailer with an addition. I was shocked to find them still in bed asleep. Their door was open. If I heard the scream, then they should have really heard it, especially since neither of them are heavy sleepers. I woke them quickly and asked if they'd heard that scream, which they didn't. Mom was concerned, and Dad hopped out of bed and we checked on my siblings. All sound asleep. So we searched the house and even looked outside. Nothing. He usually gets annoyed and upset when I talk about the paranormal. He had to exorcise some evil spirits from a room when he was on his mission at age 20, so he prefers to have them just not exist at our house. No scary movies. This time he was pretty calm, probably because he could tell how upset I was. I wasn't dreaming, hallucinating, or making it up, and he knew it. I was standing naked with a towel, nearly hyperventilating and still dripping from the shower. Dad tried to comfort me, telling me it was probably just a cat outside. Yeah, really. He didn't believe it, but that's what he was selling, so I better buy it. He really had nothing else to do but go to bed, down in the basement where most of the activity occurred. But you bet your butt I didn't sleep much. Whatever it was that was screaming would bug me periodically. I was the only one in the basement, so naturally I was the only witness. I have lots of stories my family still won't believe. In 4th grade, our teacher took us into the attic of the elementary school to tell us a scary story and frighten us for Halloween. She had a junior high student hide themselves behind some of the stored items, who would scare us at the end of my teacher's story. I don't know what the teacher was thinking, but apparently she had done this before to previous classes, expecting us to act no differently. Unfortunately, my class was filled with some little paranormal hypochondriacs, so the teacher stopped doing this little trip with her students after us, probably because it didn't go as planned. The idea was pretty simple. She told us a scary story as we sat around a table in a dark attic, with the intention to have that junior high student scare us. But near the end of the story, we got scared early. When an old coat rack tipped over, people started screaming, but she calmed us down. Then the junior high student came and scared us at their part, from the other side of the room. He actually scared the teacher, who thought he must have been by the coat rack. Their scare had almost no effect on us though, except to make us wonder what made the coat rack tip over. No one was by it, and it was nearly inaccessible. The teacher was disturbed and wanted to exit the attic pretty quickly. As we left, one girl said she had a big scratch but didn't know where. Others thought they saw a ghost at the top of the stairs, but I think they were full of it. I was genuinely afraid, so naturally I wanted more. To make a long story short, we started knocking on the attic door to see if we could get a reaction. We had to pass the door on the way to our music class, so the boys started knocking on the door to yell at the ghost and to scare the girls. I was last in line that day and felt gutsy enough to put my ear to the door for a bit after I knocked. What I heard, I will stand by to this day. There was a massive thump like someone had kicked one of the boxes up there, and then it sounded like someone was stomping down the carpeted wooden steps. I pretty much peed my pants and ran without touching the ground much. And then I told everybody what I heard. We all went back, and at recess, some of the guys came with me as I knocked on the door. We huddled around it, all trying to secure an ear to the door. I don't think anything happened then. I'm 22, so I'm trying to remember accurately. But after a few times, 2 or 3 boys heard it with me, and we all ran away. For about 2 or 3 weeks, that's all we'd do during recess. Knock, listen, knock, run. We'd hear boxes being pushed around, things falling, but we'd always run when we'd hear the footsteps thumping down those stairs. Lots of people were stopping to knock on the door, and I was kind of proud that I had started a school trend. But had actually become pretty obsessed with it all, and the janitor and a teacher decided to screw with me before telling me off. The janitor hid behind the door at recess, and when I knocked, she said in a raspy voice, "What do you want?" I about died, and then the first grade teacher walked out from behind the corner with 2 scared-looking first grade girls, and the janitor opened the door. And they proceeded to chew my butt for spreading rumours about the ghost in the attic, and that I had terrified those 2 students and many others. They even talked to my mum about it, who was the 6th grade teacher. They all told me to stop knocking, and I had to leave it alone for a while. The ghost resurfaced the next year around Halloween time, after the janitor, one of like 2 people who had a key to the attic, found a rusty old hatchet laying on a box she had put up there the day before. This happened to me when I was in college. Probably one of the creepiest and weird things to ever happen to me. I believe in ghosts. I've had countless experiences in my life that have made it almost impossible for me not to. This still gives me chills whenever I think about it though. I was a freshman in college and was heavily involved in the arts, theatre and music specifically. The fine arts building of my college had quite a bit of history. It was built in 1916 and had previously been one of the largest Masonic temples in the city. This is fairly evident by the symbols adorning the building and covering the stained glass windows. I also heard rumours of secret passageways under the building that ran all the way into downtown, but I will say I didn't believe them. A few of my professors had told stories of seeing shadow people or feeling like they were being watched when they knew where they were alone, but I thought they were just messing with us freshmen. I spent most of my time in the costume shop. I should note, the costume shop was on the sub-ground floor, technically the basement. I was down 2 flights of stairs from the main entrance that led you to a landing with the costume shop and another door that I just assumed was a utility closet because it was always locked. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was just something off about it to me. On this particular evening, I had finished rehearsal for a play around 6 p.m. and figured I'd do a bit of cleaning in the costume shop while I waited for my roommate to meet me so we could go grab some dinner. I was inside the costume shop when I heard a knock at the door. I walked over and looked out of the small window to the right side of the door, expecting to see my roommate, but there was no one. I opened the door and stepped out looking around. I looked down the hallway to the left of the door to see if my roommate was hiding, trying to freak me out. Nothing. I shrugged it off as me being tired and went back into the shop and shut the door behind me. I went about my business for a bit, until I heard another knock at the door a few minutes later. I was more hesitant this time. I walked to the door and again looked out the small window. Still, there was no one outside. I tried to open the door, and while the handle turned, the door wouldn't budge. I pulled harder, thinking maybe the door was stuck, but it didn't feel like that. It felt like someone was holding the door shut. I looked out the window again and still didn't see anyone. I was now frantically pulling on the handle, feeling the fear rising in my chest. I let go of the handle, only to have it start shaking wildly. Suddenly, it stopped. Everything was quiet with the exception of my own shaky breath. Then, from outside the door, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I gathered my strength and tried the door. It opened, and I cautiously walked onto the landing. The always locked door was ajar. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" I tried not to sound freaked out, but I was absolutely terrified. I pulled open the door and was greeted by a pitch-black staircase leading down. It smelled like a tomb that had just been unsealed after 100 years, musty and ancient. I felt the wall for a light switch but couldn't find one. I reached into my pocket for my cell phone and turned the screen on. It was bright enough that I could sort of see as I made my way down the stairs. The walls were brick and the stairs were made of stone. The closer I got to the bottom, the colder it became. I was on the second to last step, straining to see what was in front of me. It was a door, a large stone door. I was about to move to the last step when I heard it, a voice. It was deep and sounded like it was right in front of me. It said only one word: "Welcome." I couldn't even scream. Instead, I ran up the stairs, tripping at one point and skinning my knee and shin. Once I reached the top, I slammed the door shut and ran out of the building. My roommate showed up 5 minutes later to find me standing on the sidewalk, shaking. After I told her what happened, she went inside to get my things and locked the costume shop door. When she came out, she looked at me with a worried expression. "That door was wide open when I went to get your stuff. Are you sure you closed it?" I just nodded my head. We walked home and didn't really talk more about it. I didn't go back into the building until the end of the next week. I just couldn't bring myself to do it. When I finally did, I descended the stairs and felt a chill shoot through my body. I looked at the wall where the door had been and there was nothing there. It was just a wall. I thought I was losing my mind. I walked to the wall and studied it. My drama teacher happened to be walking by and I stopped him. "Wasn't there a door here?" he chuckled. "Yeah, they walled it up last week. Did it in a hurry too. Not entirely sure why though. I always thought it was a closet or something." I can't say what I encountered that night. Was it the spirit of a Freemason who never left their temple? Was it something more sinister? I honestly don't know. I spent a lot of time in that building over the course of my 2 years at that college, and while I had other odd experiences, they were nothing compared to what I experienced that one awful night. I went on a little hiking trip with my dad to Shasta, California, a small town in Northern California near the Oregon border. Shasta is home to a potentially active volcano named, of course, Mount Shasta. There are many trails on Mount Shasta, so my father and I were excited to do some hiking. We drove up the side of the mountain to the parking lot in which one of the trails begins. I believe it was called the Old Ski Bowl Trail. The landscape was a very barren incline, filled with rocks, boulders, dirt, and very few trees. About an hour into the trail, we came across a very odd assembly of these large boulders. They were arranged in a circle. We thought it was strange, but we continued on. If you look up pictures of the trail, you'll see much smaller rocks arranged in patterns and circles. My father and I only encountered 3 people. At least, that's what they appeared to be at first. The first 2 were a father and son. We met them on a steep incline that went along the wall of a cliff that would then switch back as it reached the top of the cliff. We stopped and said hello, talked about the trail, and then went our separate ways. Here's where it gets weird. Dad and I kept walking up the incline for just about 2 minutes. I turned around and I saw the father and son so far down the trail. It should have taken them at least 20 minutes to get down to where they were, but somehow they would done it in only about 2 minutes. To this day, I have absolutely no idea how that could have happened. There was no one else on the trail at that point, and I could see the colour of their clothes from the distance, so I knew it was them. I pointed it out to my dad. We thought it was weird, but we didn't dwell on it, so we kept going. And here's where it gets so much weirder. As we reached the top of the cliff, there was another strange rock arrangement that was off to the side of the trail. This time, there were far more rocks than before, and they were now arranged in rows, almost like gravestones. We continued on the trail and reached another sort of incline with a switchback to reach the top of another cliff. We reached a point where we would need climbing gear to continue, so we decided to head back. When we turned around, I saw a man standing among the rocks, staring at us. He was wearing a button-up shirt, cargo shorts, and a wide-brimmed straw hat. He was at a distance where I should have been able to make out his facial features, but it was almost as if he had none, like his face was just flesh and skin. I pointed him out to my dad, and then the man quickly ducked down behind a boulder and was peering out at us over the top of the boulder. It seemed almost playful, like a child trying to hide. For a few moments, I was out of it and have no recollection of what was going on. According to my dad, I just started walking towards the man in the hat. My dad was calling to me, "Joshua, Josh, what are you doing? Where are you going?" And then I came to. I was standing right at the edge of a cliff. It was a huge drop, enough to kill me or seriously injure me. My dad grabbed me and pulled me back to the trail. He told me to stay put, and my dad went down to the boulders to search for the man. But he wasn't there. There was nowhere for him to go except up or down the trail. It didn't make any sense. He just disappeared. I have no idea what was going on that trail, and I have no explanation for it. I've told this many times to family and friends, and nobody has an explanation. I've done research and found similar stories about encounters with a man with no facial features, wearing a hat. I've also read that the Native American tribes from the area viewed Mount Shasta as a holy site. They believe it could act as a portal to other dimensions, and that it's guarded by spirits who would potentially harm anyone who tried to go up the volcano. If anyone has any similar experiences or any insight at all, I would love to hear. So please, share anything you have to offer. I'll start with the more predictable one. My great-grandmother died this year. About 2 weeks before her final diagnosis of cancer, I had extreme anxiety and kept pacing in my yard. Then it hit me. She was going to die soon. I messaged my dad and told him we had to see her because I knew something was going to happen. So we scheduled a day to go at the end of that week. Well, that day came, and she went to the hospital because she was in a lot of pain. The hospital let her go, and my dad just brushed it off and said that she'd be fine. We went to see her. She was still in pain, but getting a little better. Then another week went by. She went to the hospital, and this time they found a huge mass in her stomach. To cut to it, within a few days, they decided not to do the surgery, doped her up and stopped feeding her. She died shortly after. The second one happened about 2 years ago. I had a dream one night that I was what looked like a small church. I was sitting in the second pew behind my aunt for whatever reason. I was completely focused on her and not what was on stage. At one point, she looked like she was laughing really hard and leaned into her daughter. Now, mind you, I could only see the back of her. Now, fast forward about 4 months, I get a call that my grandfather died. Not natural causes, bad accident. I flew out to his funeral and got a case of deja vu because the funeral home looked so familiar. I sat in the third pew back while the same aunt I had dreamt about was in the first. She was crying hysterically and leaned into her daughter. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I had dreamt of my grandfather's funeral but had no clue. It still bothers me to this day. I don't know that's what it was. I doubt I could have stopped it, but there's always that maybe in my head. I was born and raised on an old farm in a town in the middle of nowhere. Nothing but fields surrounded the town. Only 2,000 people lived there, so it was a tight-knit community where mostly everyone knew everyone. 4 years ago, I moved to the biggest city in my country with my mom. I wasn't a fan of the move and cried myself to sleep every night for almost a whole month. But I slowly grew to love the city and the opportunities. I also started thinking back to my childhood home. My dad still lives there, but because of a tense situation, I didn't visit for a couple of years. I was glad I didn't have to go back there because the reality of what was happening there, as I grew up, hit me. I started thinking back to the things residing in the shadows of that house. The house was almost definitely haunted in every possible way. Here are my experiences. In this small town, my best friend and childhood friend lived only 2 houses away. She's a sister I never really had, and I was basically a 4th child to her parents. There was something about her mother, though. She always talked about spirits and talked about how she could see that I had a certain gift. I would always laugh and not think much of it. I believe in total there were 3 spirits residing in my house. I'll tell you my experiences about each of them. The first one is the most peaceful one, I guess. When I began sleeping in my own room at around age 5, I always felt someone sit on the side of my bed. I could feel their breath on my face and sometimes even saw their shadow on the wall, caused by my nightlight. This spirit never scared me or did anything other than watch over me. I think this person was my grandfather, who I never got to meet. My dad showed me a picture of him, and I just felt it was the spirit watching over me. I just recognized his face in an instant for some reason. It could also be some kind of protector, I thought. I've had many near-death experiences, but somehow always managed to survive at the last second. I was almost hit by a bus once, but it managed to stop a couple inches from me. I got 2 chopsticks lodged into the back of my throat. Don't ask how. And I was choking and bleeding. My parents were about to drive me to the hospital when it strangely stopped and I acted as if nothing happened. I didn't have a choice. This spirit was what made my oldest brother believe me when I said there was a man in my room. There was a period of time where my mom and I would sleep in the same room, since my room had a weird smoke smell that wouldn't go away, and I always felt like I was choking when I was in it. One night, I woke up to the sound of someone walking. You know the sound it makes when you're wearing a big jacket? That's exactly what I was hearing. I sat up and saw someone in white walking back and forth in the room. I wasn't expecting it, and I froze up, but ended up going back to sleep. I told my mum and my brothers the next morning, but they just laughed. A couple of months later, I took a trip to Italy with my grandma while my mum went to Norway for her work. My oldest brother ended up sleeping in our room since there's a huge bed. When I got back from Italy, my brother came up to me and said, "You were right. There's something in your room." I asked him what he meant, and he told me what happened. He had woken up in the middle of the night to a man in white with his hand on my brother's knee, the one that was propped up. My brother was frozen, then he saw the man stand up and walk to the window, disappearing without a trace. All I told him was, "I told you so." The next spirit is just downright creepy. He mainly resided in the kitchen area and a stockroom that used to be a bedroom. When I was in the kitchen, I always felt that someone was watching me from the windows. Stuff would go missing and somehow always end up somewhere in the kitchen. I lost my Nintendo and couldn't find it for a month. And then one day, I looked in the bread drawer and there it was, on top of the wheat bread. If I was angry enough, I would downright demand my stuff back and I would find it, not even a minute later. One day, I was running late for school and my keys were gone from my nightstand where I had left them. I checked all over the house, but I found nothing. I stood with my jacket, shoes and backpack on in the middle of the kitchen and yelled, "Give me my keys, I'm going to be late." Then I found them in the knife drawer and ran to the bus, which I almost missed. The situation is quite comical now that I think about it. My parents thought I was crazy just going into the kitchen and demanding something that I couldn't find, and then proceeded to find it in some drawer not long after. Somehow, if any of my family members couldn't find something, I somehow always managed to find it. I never had that many scary experiences with that one, except one experience that my mum told me about. When I was just a baby, I had to sleep in my crib in the bedroom connected to the kitchen. I would always wake up in the middle of the night crying and agitated. My mum wouldn't admit it at first, but she at one point saw a figure standing over me when she woke up to me crying. This last story is downright skin crawling. We had a big, beautiful garden and a patio with it. Remember my best friend's mom? She once stepped out onto the patio and paled in an instant. Her hands were shaking and she turned back around and walked into the living room again. She told my mom with the straightest face that something evil resided there. This one is even one of my parents and brothers had seen. They now admit that there's something peculiar there. Sometimes, when you look out the window, you catch someone walking by. Sometimes it's a shadow, someone you know, or even yourself. I once saw my dad walk by, but he was drinking his coffee next to me. And yes, I even saw my own silhouette walk by. I once, from my room upstairs, saw my brother standing in the middle of the garden. I went to go see what he was up to, but bumped into him walking out of his own room. My situation with my father has gotten better, and I'm finally visiting my dad, his girlfriend, and my little 3-year-old half-brother. I love my little brother to death. He sometimes scares me though. One day, my dad had asked me to play with him in his room, which was my old room, so he was playing with his Legos. I wasn't paying much attention, texting some friends, when I suddenly heard him saying, "Far, far." Now in my language, that means the dad of my dad, so basically grandpa. I've never met my dad's father, as I mentioned earlier. My little brother kept exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandpa," while looking at a chair in the corner of his room. My dad then called us downstairs and said it was ready, so I picked up my brother and sped to the stairs in a bit of a shocked state. Another day, as I was overlooking my brother playing, he threw a blanket over my head and crawled in under, and came up into my face and said, "No ghosts can find us now." I just laughed and said I was going to scare them all away, and told him his toy dog was ghost repellent. We then went downstairs, and I said to my dad and his girlfriend, "Isn't it a bit early to tell him ghost stories?" They immediately stopped what they were doing, confusingly looking at each other, and then they proceeded to tell me that they've never told him about ghosts or anything. They fear would get him scared. Maybe he's seen it on TV or something, but nonetheless, it's strange. When I was 9, my parents bought a derelict farm/abandoned farm deep in the woods of Sweden. This isn't the first time my parents have done this. My parents had just sold the first farm after they made the farm livable. I was sad to part with it, but looked forward to a whole new world of adventure and discoveries. Nothing spooky ever really happened on the first farm. I was never scared of the old house or the woods around it. I could be alone for hours in the woods, just playing and making dens for the picnics with my imaginary adventure team. Something changed though, when we bought the second farm. The first couple times we came to paint and build on the house, nothing happened. I was just exploring the different buildings in the woods around us. This farm had 4 buildings. The main house, a garage, a stable, and something we never found out the 4th building was. It was badly damaged after it had burned down. I was really into horses and used all my time in the stable. We had owned the house for a year when something happened. I was in the stable playing with some hay when I suddenly felt like someone had their hand around my neck and squeezed. I couldn't breathe. I instantly ran out of the stable, and as soon as I saw my mom, I could breathe again. But I was coughing and wheezing and couldn't stop. I tried to explain what was happening, but my throat hurt so much that I kept coughing. My mom rushed me inside the house and got me some water. I was still coughing and gasping after 15 minutes, so my mom decided to drive me to the hospital while my dad stayed with my brothers. I eventually stopped coughing, of course, and nobody could really understand what happened. Just an FYI before the next part. Up until I was 14, I never had any allergies and had my first asthma attack when I was 13. The episode was written off as an asthma attack. Looking back and now knowing what an actual asthma attack felt like, I called bullshit. After that whole thing, I stopped playing in the stable and opted for playing in the woods with my brothers. The next time something happened was when I was 11. I had woken up in the middle of the night to hear someone walking. I stood up from my bed and walked past my parents who were sleeping in the same room. I went to the kitchen and saw a black figure standing in the middle of the kitchen. Had I not noticed, I walked by my dad, I would have thought it was him. I was frozen, but something came over me and I turned around and walked straight to bed. I couldn't sleep though. I felt prickly eyes staring at me the whole night. I told my parents the next day that I saw a man in the kitchen, but they told me I was probably dreaming. I probably was dreaming, but after seeing that figure, I always felt like I wasn't welcome and felt eyes on me at all times. One occurrence, though, left me terrified at the house, and I begged my parents to leave me with my grandparents whenever they went to the farm. One day, I was on my computer chatting with some online friends and playing a game. My parents wanted to go grocery shopping and asked if I wanted to come too. I declined, being really into my game, and they asked me if I was sure. I nodded, and they left with my brothers. I immediately regretted not going as soon as the door slammed shut. A feeling of terror overcame me. I was scanning the whole room I was in, scared to find something I shouldn't have. The car had already pulled onto the dirt road and out of sight by now. The sound of the car drifted away and I was left in terror and silence. The silence somehow grew louder and louder until it was deafening and I felt a pop in my ears. I was shaking and my teeth were chattering. Then I heard a tap, then another, and another. The taps were in a predictable rhythm. I knew it would be at least 2 hours until my family came home, since the grocery store was miles away. I had to endure it, but something sent me running out of the house. In the doorway to the kitchen, I saw a figure stalking towards me. This time, I knew it wasn't a dream. My lungs felt like they were being crushed and I began getting a headache. I stared at the figure for a good 5 seconds. Then, in pure shock, I sprinted out of the back door and towards the dirt road. I was thankful I was still wearing my flip-flops after eating breakfast outside. I ran up the dirt road aiming to get help from the neighbours who live a 20-minute walk away. I didn't expect to see our car come down the road. I walked to the side of the road and my parents hopped out and asked what happened. I burst out crying, so they put me in the car and I refused to go inside the house again. My parents thought I had made it all up and told me I was paranoid. I stand by what I saw. Years later, I still hate that farm. I visited once since, but never again. Whatever was on that farm hated me. Me specifically. I just have one thing that's bothering me a lot. How long was I frozen in place? Like I said, it takes hours for us to go grocery shopping. It felt like what happened was in a span of 5 or 10 minutes. My grandpa is still with me 2 years after his death. I've never been scared though. My grandpa died very spontaneously and very fast. At least it felt like that. From the moment he'd been taken to the ER to the moment the nurse told us he was gone, it had been 13 hours. 5 of those hours had been spent in his room, waiting for him to pass. I didn't sleep for over a week, and I had an exam the day after. I was regretting the fact that only that year I started visiting more often and not earlier. My grandpa wasn't like the typical papa you see on TV or hear about from your friends. He was cold and didn't know how to express how much he actually loved me and my brothers. He showed his love in different ways. Like, he named his sailboat after me. He would take us out for ice cream and actively tried to get us to go somewhere when we visited. Yes, those can still seem like normal activities, but it was the fact that he was very silent about it. It's rare that I saw him smile, but when I did, it was always something me and my brothers did. He had always been proud of my first older brother landing a great and stable job. He was very proud of my other older brother when he was accepted into the military and trained to be a Royal Guard. He was sure to come to all my performances, and if he couldn't, he would get someone to record it so he could watch it. He was always filming with his little camera. I never thought about it and just smiled at the camera and made a funny face. I'm thankful for him filming almost every minor moment. Now I can look back at the moments I took for granted. But he's still been with me ever since his passing. I feel him around as a calming presence when I start feeling down. I had to go to the exam I had the day after. While sitting in the quiet hall, I suddenly started crying silently after looking at a math problem I couldn't solve. I had never been the best at math, but the whole burden of my grandpa passing, it was just too much. I didn't know how to think and had trouble doing simple things like add and subtract. Suddenly, I heard something. A voice I recognized. It's okay, I'm not good at math either. Suddenly, everything felt okay. I was fine and I stopped crying. I had heard my grandpa. At the end of the exam season, I had gotten a really good grade, and my teachers were very proud of me. I never told anyone that I heard him. My grandma had been living with us for some time because she was scared of going home to an empty house. She then told me she had heard my grandpa tell him something. He had said, "Take the kids to Rhodes." She had started crying. Rhodes is an island in Greece my family used to go to frequently before we got into some financial trouble. My grandpa and grandpa still went on once a year though. I then told her that grandpa had spoken to me too. She then smiled softly and we left it at that. My grandma started going to group psychic readings. One time the psychic said, "There's an elderly man that passed away recently. He says his name is..." my grandpa's name. He has 3 very beloved grandkids. One of them's a dancer. My grandma then knew it was my grandpa. The dancer was me she was talking about. The lady told my grandma that my grandpa wanted to say that he was very proud of us. It's the first time it's ever been said directly, and I cried when my grandma told me. Then a huge thing happened. My aunt was cleaning out her basement when she suddenly got a call on FaceTime. She saw it was my grandpa's ID. She found it weird, but answered anyway. There was my grandpa in his favourite armchair in front of the TV at home. He was smiling, and my aunt got so shocked, she accidentally hung up. She sent a picture of the call history and everything. His number should have been erased from the system. And when we try to call it, it says the number doesn't exist. My brother had gotten his phone, but when he got a new one, I got that phone. When I started using it, I instantly started glitching weirdly. When I try to show people, it stops. There's probably an explanation for that, but it's still weird to me. Nothing has ever been so severe since, except once a year ago. I suddenly awoke at 4 a.m. and just caught the fact that a basket of my grandpa's belongings I keep in my room completely flipped and spilled all of its contents. I had gotten kind of scared, but not a lot. I was just staring at the basket for a couple of minutes, then went to pick up the stuff and went to bed again. This is the end of this story though. It might not be much, but all of the paranormal experiences I've had and read about, I think this one is much more happy and light-hearted. Actually, I've been holding back tears the whole time I've been writing this. But my grandpa is right behind me with a hand on my shoulder as comfort. I can feel it. Also, I'm determined to not let this fresh face of makeup get ruined. But I must go now. Me and my brothers are meeting up with my dad and my younger brother soon. So that night, I said goodnight to my mom and went to sleep, without waiting for my dad who was on his way home from work, since I thought I'd be waiting too long just to say goodnight to him. However, shortly after I went to bed, I heard the keys jingling, so I knew my dad was back. Excited, I could say goodnight to him. I jumped out of bed and opened my room door without going out yet. My room door was in such a way that I could see part of the living room, where the front door was, plus half of the sofa. As I was looking out of my room, I saw what looked like this silhouette of a woman, sitting rigidly straight on the sofa with really long hair. Initially, it didn't occur to me what I was looking at, because you know when you're in that state of looking at something but it's not registering in your brain at the time? Yeah, that was me. As I started to notice what I was looking at, I felt this sudden wave of extreme fear. It felt like time slowed down when I was looking at that silhouette, because I didn't even hear my dad opening the door in the background or anything like that. I also have this fear of large spaces just filled with darkness when my back is turned to it, and my room at that time was huge. So naturally, when I was standing at the door, my room space behind me felt enormous and extremely dark, and I felt like something was standing behind me. I was so scared, I ran to my bed and jumped in, pulled the covers tight around me, and didn't open my eyes for the rest of the night. When I woke up the next morning, I started to doubt myself because I wasn't wearing my glasses when I saw that silhouette. So what if I was hallucinating? Also, what if it was just my mum sitting there waiting for my dad to get home? However, I was pretty sure my mum would never just sit in the darkness of the living room doing nothing, and definitely not sit as straight as that woman did. That night, I decided to open my room door to see if anything on the sofa seemed different. And yep, when I looked out without my glasses on, I saw absolutely nothing. No silhouette, nothing. Just the darkness and the moonlight streaming in from the window. Fast forward about 4 or 5 years to the present day. My family moved house, and one random day, my parents and I happened to be chatting about our old house. I decided to tell them what I saw those few years ago, and I never told my family what I saw. I thought they would laugh at me and say ghosts don't exist and stuff like that, but instead, my mum told me that at the back of the old house, she always felt like someone was watching her, or someone was walking past the room when she stayed up to do her work at night. My dad commented and said he always had nightmares when sleeping. I was really surprised because my parents never told me they felt something creepy about the house. It then started to click together because I realised everyone in my family felt something or saw something in the old house. I recalled the time my sister told me that one day, when she was sleeping, she opened her eyes and saw her soft toy get up from its basket with its arms outstretched and head tilted, just walking towards her. She blinked and it was back in the basket. At that time, when she was telling me the story, we were still living in our old house. We were alone at home and standing in front of the glass cabinet where our soft toys were kept. I remember looking at that soft toy as she told me what happened, and I felt that same fear when I saw the silhouette. I never looked at that soft toy again. Another time, still at the old house, she told me that when she was sleeping, she randomly stretched out her arms and she grabbed onto another person's hand. She was so scared she didn't dare open her eyes to see what or who she grabbed onto. My sister also told me the time she had a nightmare when sleeping in the old house about this blue-faced ghost that lived behind the curtains in my parents' room. After she had that nightmare, she was always afraid of being near the curtains in my parents' room, and I never thought much of it until now. After my parents told me their stories, my sister told me her stories back at the old house, and my parents only told me recently, I felt like everything made sense and that I was more confident than ever that I really saw the silhouette that night, because I was never really confident I did. I miss my old house dearly, but every time I think of my old house, I can't help but think that I lived in what was a possibly haunted house for 15 years of my life. I'm a paediatric nurse and I take care of medically fragile children in their home. These are kids that are on a ventilation machine 24/7 and need constant nursing care. I usually work nights. I had this patient that was 18 months old. He would sleep in his bedroom, in his crib, and I would sit in a rocking chair next to him in the dark. Sometimes I would see orbs floating above him and they would disappear through the walls. I always figured it was my eyes playing tricks on me. It was dark after all. After he would fall asleep, I would watch movies on my phone, but would sit just outside his room as to not wake him with my phone light and still keep an eye on him. The outside of his room felt completely different. I would always feel like something was watching me, and it was angry. It was so strange. I could feel something angry at me. I ignored it. I would feel chills up and down my arms and down my back. I thought, I'm just cold. I need a sweater. It was all on my head. I have long hair and wear it in a braid down my back. One time, I distinctly felt my braid get swatted across my back. I thought, no, I wanted to tilt my head in a certain way. I just kept ignoring it. On the last day with that patient, who were moving to a different city, I said goodbye to him and his parents and headed down the stairs. His room was upstairs. I heard, "Ignore this," and was shoved down the stairs. It was the last 3 stairs, so I didn't really hurt myself. I looked around. I'm sure looking well-eyed and terrified. There was no one there. I still don't know what that was, or why it only hung outside the baby's room. Recounting the story makes me shake and scared all over again. In 2002, my youngest brother unfortunately passed away from cancer at the age of 5. When he was alive, he would always request pennies from people, family, friends, doctors, etc. At the time of his passing, he had collected a water cooler jug full of pennies, and we buried him with a huge bag of them. Over the years, we've randomly found pennies on family outings, whenever we're feeling down, etc., and have always taken it as a sign of him saying hello. My dad was always skeptical of this and has always had a hard time with his passing. One day, my dad was in the waiting room at the hospital to see his doctor when he saw this old lady. She had a walker and was mumbling to herself. She kept swatting at the air and shaking her head. Finally, she approached my dad and said, "I normally don't do this, but he won't leave me alone. Did you lose a young son?" My dad shook his head, yes. He wants to know if you're getting the pennies. Does that mean anything to you? He wants you to know he's okay and that they're from him. My friend said thank you, and she walked away. A few moments later, after my dad fully realised what happened, he got up to find her to ask her more questions. But he couldn't find her, and he's yet to see her again. No one other than our family knew about the pennies, certainly not some random lady at the hospital. Now, when we find pennies, my dad knows my brother is okay and will happily pick them up and put them in his pocket. I believe my dad and I shared a dream where we were both attacked by shadow figures. For context, I grew up in a ruralish Pennsylvania. The house I lived in was built in the 80s and had a large front yard, with a smaller backyard that leads into a forest. Trees surrounded the entire house, along with a stone path. In the summertime, it always felt like we lived in a jungle. So aside from the creepy bugs and loud birds, it was a quiet neighborhood. One night, I had a very realistic dream. It was daytime, and I could sense that I was completely alone in the house. I walked into our living room, which faces the front yard. I heard my dad yelling in the distance. His screams quickly grew louder and more urgent. I then have an out-of-body experience where I leave my body and float about the house, maybe 20 feet or so up in the air. Looking down, I see my dad running for his life, trying to get into the house. He's being chased by a dark, shadowy figure. He runs many laps around the house, but he can't get inside, and I'm unable to help. Moments later, I fall back into my body, and in the corner of the room, I begin to see dark shadows emerge. I feel like a huge weight and I'm pulled beneath the surface, and I wake up. When I woke up, I heard my dad actually screaming down the hall in my parents' bedroom. I instantly recognized his blood-curdling yell as a night terror, something my parents would experience occasionally. The following day, I asked my dad about the screaming. It was obvious he was very disturbed and he didn't respond right away. My mom chimed in to say he had a horrible night terror. Being an annoying child, I bugged him about it until he spoke. He explained he had a very realistic dream where dark shadows were chasing him around outside the house and he couldn't get inside the house. I dreamt his night terror. I was immediately horrified and tried explaining that I witnessed all of this in my dream. But my dad shook it off and my mother didn't want to hear about it. I never brought it up again.
I grew up in the Philippines, and I'm used to powerful typhoons crossing our country. While my hometown is rarely visited by typhoons due to its geographical location near the equator, due to the Coriolis effect, watching the news about the aftermath of the typhoon was just a mundane scene. But on the 8th of November 2013, the entire country was reeling from what could have been the strongest typhoon of the century. Super Typhoon Yolanda, international name Haiyan, wreaked unimaginable havoc in the central Philippines in the Visayas region. Tacloban City, the regional center of Region 8, was the worst hit. The disaster claimed more than 10,000 lives, destroyed millions of dollars worth of crops and properties, and displaced millions of people. The locals are used to typhoons, as the region's located at the eastern seaboard of the country. However, everyone got caught off guard by the storm surge. No one was aware about the imminent danger days before Haiyan struck the region. No one listened nor cared about the impending danger of the storm surge, which was reiterated a number of times by the National Weather Bureau. Thousands of rotting corpses lay along the highway towards the airport, which is located at the peninsular part of the city, sandwiched by two bodies of water. Search and rescue operations were futile as well. The entire city reeked of death and despair. It felt like it was a scene straight out of a high-budget Hollywood disaster movie, only that this one happened in real life. Horrible was an understatement. On March 2nd, 2014, I moved to Tacloban City. It was my first facility assignment after I finished my training as an air traffic controller. First job, first facility assignment. I was feeling excited at that time, and all the terrible things I've read and heard about this city were briefly covered by excitement. The city during that time still had an unstable electricity connection, except for the airport. As day turns to night, the city is plunged into darkness, and it becomes eerily quiet. I stayed on the third floor of the control tower, since the staff house was totally damaged by the storm surge. On the third night, I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. As I opened my eyes, I saw a tall, dark figure standing at the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was our office assistant. We were 3 in the room at that time. The figure wasn't moving, and I felt like it was staring at me. The room was dimly lit, all thanks to the moon's illumination, but it was clear that day that the figure wasn't our office assistant. I just shrugged it off, thinking that my mind was just playing tricks. The next day, I told my experience to my other roommate, my colleague, and happened to have a strong sixth sense. She nonchalantly said, "We're 6 inside our room. The other 3 are just lost souls. Probably typhoon victims. Just pray." The hair on my arms just rose. Weeks later, my colleague and I were the only ones inside the room. We were both on our laptops, doing our own business, when suddenly we smelled something. It was a sharp, distinct smell of an orchid. I got anxious and asked my colleague if she smelled something. From her body language, I can sense she was really scared. She leaned on me and whispered, "She's in front of you. Don't forget to pray for her eternal repose." I thought she was joking, but I was feeling cold that time. I prayed hard that night. The following day, I asked one of the airport employees if he knew someone who loves orchids. We have a former employee who used to plant orchids and other flowers near the control tower. She died during Yolanda. The hauntings continued, but eventually, I got used to it. I occasionally go to the city's cathedral and light a candle for the eternal repose of the lost souls around the airport. Fast forward to 7th of November 2014. On the eve of the Yolanda/Haiyan anniversary, I rode a jeepney from downtown to the airport. It was just one ride away, around 30 minutes with traffic. For those who didn't know, a jeepney is an ubiquitous mode of transportation in the Philippines. Passengers would sit in front of each other and the Jeep usually has a capacity of 20 passengers, 10 on each side. I was downtown doing some errands. By 6 p.m., it was getting dark, and hailed a Jeep that would take me straight to the airport. The airport is the last stop, so basically, most passengers would alight before me. As we neared the airport, we were only 4 left inside the jeepney. I was seated near the driver, while the other 3 were seated at the middle part. As we neared the airport, the highway became dark. The streetlights weren't working, and there were only a few people walking along the street. The 3 other passengers, 2 adults, male and female, said one male child, probably 7 or 8 years old, were dressed in an ordinary way. Nothing spectacular, to be honest. I assumed they were local fishermen along the area. Suddenly, the adult male shouted, "Lugalang," which means that the driver should stop, since the family would alight the Jeep in the next few seconds. I thought the driver didn't hear maybe because of the loud roar of the Jeep's engine, so I told him to stop. He did, and asked me, "You going down, kid? I thought you were going to alight at the airport." I told him that the 3 passengers will alight here, not me. What he did next was truly terrifying. He started to speed up. The road was still dark. However, from a distance, I could already see the runway lights. We were near the airport. I could sense something was wrong. The other passengers were nowhere to be found, and I thought they went down when the Jeep stopped momentarily minutes ago. The driver didn't utter a word. I began to break into a cold sweat. My heart began to pound. When we finally arrived at the airport, the facade of the terminal was brightly illuminated by LED lights. Finally, I saw his face. He was terrified. I gave him the fare and told me something that I made my hair raise. He said, "You were completely alone before the dim part of the road. When you told me someone will alight, I sped up. I've heard stories from other drivers, just like this one. Did you see them?" I nodded nervously. They might be one of the typhoon victims. Some say they aren't aware they're already dead. Please pray for their eternal repose. As I alighted the Jeep, I noticed that the seat where the other passengers sat a while ago was wet. It didn't rain that time. It seemed that someone spilled a bottle of water or something, and then it dawned on me. They were indeed the lost souls of the area. Remember that the entire city was inundated by a storm surge as tall as a 3-story building. Despite having a comfy flight from Manila to Sydney, I still felt tired. After passing through immigration, I immediately went to the arrival hall, loaded my Opal card, and rode a train to my mate's flat to Birdwood. It was raining when I arrived in Sydney. At only 18 degrees, the warm shower and the bed were the only 2 things that I looked forward to. It was still raining when I woke up. The overcast weather made the day bleak and gloomy. Then, I just remembered the things I watched online a few days ago, and one of them was the ghost tours in Sydney. I asked my mate about it, and the next thing I knew, he already booked us an extreme ghost tour on a weekend after my trip to Melbourne. Sydney was not a glamorous city back in the 19th century. Diseases such as smallpox, Spanish influenza, and bubonic plague were prevalent. To mitigate the spread of these infectious diseases, all ships entering Sydney Harbour must be checked by the doctors. Even if there was only one sick passenger on board, everyone was required to stay at the quarantine station for 40 days. Those who were sick were brought to the hospital for treatment. At least 16,000 people were brought here from the 1830s to 1984. 570 people died here. Today, Q Station serves as a hotel, a conference centre, and a part of Sydney Harbour National Park. Our extreme ghost tour was scheduled at around 9 p.m. To beat the weekend traffic of North Sydney, we left Burwood at around 6 p.m. and drove all the way to Manly. We had our dinner there before heading to Q Station, located east of Manly Beach. We arrived at 8:30, way too early for the tour. So we went straight to the front desk and toured around. Some of the original relics, like tombstones, luggage, and clothes, were still there. It felt eerie upon seeing those personal belongings that once belonged to people who got quarantined here more than 100 years ago. We met up with the group at 9:30. Our guide, Bob, told us that we should not rationalize everything we would encounter during the tour. Jason and I are both air traffic controllers, and in our work, we rationalize everything. This time, we have to leave everything behind and open up our senses. We were given EMF, electromagnetic field sensors. The instrument detects an anomaly of the surrounding electromagnetic field. Experts believe that ghosts manifest themselves as a form of energy. First stop, the chamber. The tour started inside the chamber. There were 2 rooms. Both are not that big, with a floor area approximately 50 square meters. We were locked inside for at least 5 minutes just to observe everything. I didn't feel anything in the first room except that it faintly smelled of hay. I didn't mind it because I thought it used to be a barn. But in the second room, I felt something. The surrounding air felt heavy. I felt an unknown force pressing my cheeks. It was quite difficult to breathe at some point. As we went out, Bob told us that it used to be a gas chamber. About 40 people were locked inside for sanitary reasons. Now, it all made sense as to why it felt heavy inside and why I felt claustrophobic inside the second room. Second stop, the hospital. It was quite a long hike to the quarantine hospital. During the early days, it was harder to get to the hospital. You need to climb the steep walkways. Basically, when you're on top, you're completely isolated. The hospital is located near the cliff overlooking Sydney Harbour. There are several buildings around, including the quarters of the nurses and doctors. Hospitals, no matter how modern their facilities are, can get creepy at night. But this one was way creepier than I thought. We first entered the doctor's quarter. It was dark but cold inside the room, and there were 3 bunk beds inside the room. As I sat and leaned on the lower bunk bed while listening to Bob's stories, I felt something was pinching my lower back. I shrieked, and Bob caught my attention. I told Bob it was nothing. I lied. We went into the main hospital room. It was quite big, and there were 6 beds. Feeling brave, I lay down on one bed and tried to make some connections. I don't know how, but I just closed my eyes momentarily. I felt nothing, and honestly, the bed felt soft and comfy. I transferred to an adjacent bed near the wall, and the moment I lay down, it felt weird. It felt like something was pushing me, but not in a forcible manner. The room is connected to another room that had a darker history. Bob told us to open the door and asked if we felt something different. Everyone told him that it was colder in that room, despite the doors and windows being tightly shut. Some of our EMF detectors went crazy. According to Bob, there are 4 resident ghosts inside this room. 2 children who love to play hide and seek inside the cupboard, a woman, and a malevolent spirit of an old man. There were stories circulating around that one group who stayed overnight in the hospital, decided to record themselves singing Twinkle Little Star, and they caught something in the recording. They heard children giggling, a woman saying, "Wait, wait," and an angry voice of a male shouting, "Get out!" Jace had his EMF detector pointed near the cupboard. It went crazy. So what he did was, he got his phone and started recording himself singing the same song. Actually, we were all at the center of the room, and we didn't hear him singing. After we went out, we played back his recording. Believe it or not, he caught something on the recording. There weren't disembodied voices from the children or from the woman, but in the middle of the singing, someone was shouting in the background, "Fuck you! Your singing stinks, I believe." Shit got real. The third stop, the gravedigger's house. The gravedigger's house is one of the most haunted parts of the complex. It's so haunted that Bob won't dig deeper into its bloody history. It used to be the house of the gravedigger and a doctor. Just a few steps from the house is the third-class cabin. During that time, there were reports of missing girls and children. Eyewitness reports claimed they saw some kids and girls entering the gravedigger's house. More so, the doctor was so attached to the girls, especially the young ones. The house was a bungalow. It has two bedrooms with a small living room, dining room, and the kitchen and bathroom are both located at the back part of the house. Bob left us in the house for at least 10 minutes. The first room to the right used to be the bedroom of the paedophile doctor. As I slowly entered the room, the atmosphere drastically changed. It felt cold and sad at the same time. I don't know. I can't help but be sad in that room. I went out right away because I can no longer take the sadness in this room. The second room was rather weird. I was about to enter, but something felt wrong. It felt like there's a force barring me from entering the room. Some of my group mates checked their EMF and it went a bit crazy. I guess everyone was not welcome to come inside. The back portion, where the kitchen and the bedroom are located, was the scariest part of the house. It was dark, but that part of the house was fairly illuminated by the moon outside. I stayed there for at least 3 minutes just to observe. I suddenly felt goosebumps all over my body. As I neared the bathroom, it felt sinister. I didn't go inside because my instincts told me not to go there. I managed to take photos inside the house. My phone didn't catch anything paranormal, but all the photos are creepy as fuck. When everyone's outside, Bob confessed that the bathroom was the most haunted part of the house. Locals claimed that a girl was brutally murdered inside the bathroom. She got strangled by barbed wire. Fourth stop, the morgue. Firstly, I never like going to a morgue, especially if it's dark and abandoned. I was very nervous the moment we entered the morgue. To add the scare factor, a mannequin lying at the center, covered with a white cloth. I know it's staged, but it still crept the hell out of me. While Bob was talking about history, it started to get cold, but weirdly only on my right side. No one was standing to my right. There was nothing but a door leading to the laboratory. A cold breeze passed through the door. I wasn't paying attention to Bob's story because I felt someone was standing beside me. I whispered to Jace about it, so he scanned his EMF, and suddenly there was a spike of energy. He told me to calm down, but I was this close to breaking down. As minutes went by, I started to feel goosebumps on my right arm, and I could feel that someone was actually touching my arm. It was like a gentle caress, but definitely not human. I became uneasy after we left the morgue, and Bob noticed it. He smiled and said, "The resident ghost liked you, didn't he?" "Really, Bob?" The fifth stop, the shower block. The shower block is the most haunted place in the whole Q station. During that time, those who were sick must take a shower of carbonic acid, not water, at the shower block. The acid kills fleas and ticks in seconds. 2 days later, your skin starts to peel off. It was dark and eerie as we entered the shower block. The stench was still there, and I felt lightheaded. The same feeling when you just got out of a boat ride. Bob told us that there were shadows lurking around the dark corners of the shower block. For 15 minutes, we were instructed to roam around and observe. He told us to go to the corner where we feel most uncomfortable. I had goosebumps as we passed by the center aisle and turned right since we both felt uneasy on this side. As we were walking back to the center aisle, I felt someone was watching us from behind. So instinctively, we turned our heads slowly, and there, we saw a dark figure peering from the corner of the block. I'm pretty much sure that my mind wasn't playing tricks on me. The figure was tall, about 7 feet tall, and it was darker than the dark. All of a sudden, the figure came right after us. I don't know what happened next, but Jason and I were back at the main door of the block in a jiffy. Whatever that is, it scared the shit out of me. The tour lasted for 3 hours. It was already 12:30 a.m. when we went back to the parking lot, safe and sound. I honestly don't know how to feel after the tour. I was physically and mentally exhausted. Nonetheless, it was still a great experience. It finally validated that I am sensitive to the paranormal. I do believe in ghosts and I don't easily get scared by them, but my experience at Q Station was overwhelming. A lot can happen in 3 hours. I've always had some occasional paranormal experiences pop up throughout my life. The only one I remember clearly enough to explain well is after my grandmother had passed away. I would feel her presence, not following me around or anything, but in the hallway of her house when I came to visit my grandpa. I didn't see her, but felt a presence watching me that I just knew was her. It was a little scary to feel that presence, but you could just tell that it wasn't anything dangerous, so to speak. As I said, it's hard to explain for everyone, including non-believers, to understand. This experience was the same case with a pet that was very close to me after their passing. Weirdly comforting, I guess. Anyways, my father and I moved into our current house about 5 or 6 years ago. It's the same town I've always been in, but a different side, within 10 miles of the last house. When we first came here, there were a few renovations done, but the most major change was tearing a wall down to make 2 small bedrooms and 1 master bedroom. About a few weeks after we settled in, I started noticing small things. Sometimes cabinet doors would open in the kitchen, shampoo would fall down in the shower, and I even heard footsteps in the basement through my vent occasionally. In the same way I previously explained with my grandmother, it was as if you could feel a presence. One day, I was walking into my room, and as I headed down the hall, I looked over to my father's room and saw for a split second what I can only describe as a soldier in green uniform. Right where the old wall used to meet, standing there almost like an image that was of low opacity or a fog. And I could smell a cologne that was unfamiliar. It scared the shit out of me, I won't lie, but it genuinely didn't feel like a presence I should fear. He was just there. I made a habit to close my eyes or look away whenever I walked by from then on. One day, in a random conversation, my mother mentioned how she had seen the soldier standing in my dad's room when she visited before. Considering there was no previous mention from either party, you can imagine my shock. She told me she didn't want to tell me what she experienced because she figured I would be terrified and want to move. After a long conversation, she decided to announce to the spirit that we did not mind him staying here, so long as we didn't see or hear him. Normally, I wouldn't be too keen on that idea, considering I'm a believer, and with that comes bad parts of the paranormal world too. You never know what you're welcoming. But with this, it was different, and you just knew. It was his home too. He wasn't trying to deliberately scare us, that kind of thing. Nothing, no noises, no sightings, not even anything that could be argued as paranormal after that announcement. My mother did some research on the property because she's a big fan of the local history and was genuinely curious. She found out that where this property stands used to be areas of farmland, and there was an apparent fire within the vicinity of my home. I can't certainly say anyone died here, let alone in a fire, but there were definitely confirmed families, including soldiers in similar uniforms. We joke once in a while about the soldier when something goes missing, but it's all in good spirits. It's been a few years of nothing happening, and now I've come here out of genuine fear and hope for answers on what's been recently going on. Yes, even with no sightings of the soldier, there was always a feeling of presence where that wall was torn down. Even in the basement under the area, you feel like you're not alone. But now things are different. Weird noises will come about once in a while that are not made by us or our cat. Not a big deal, but the feeling of presence in that room has turned a little more dark. For the record, my dad is not really a major believer, let alone scared of the paranormal, so sleeping in his room is fine in his book. But this presence, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right. It feels like I should be afraid for my life, like I'm in danger. It kind of just shifted to that after years of nothing happening. I just pointed it out to me being overdramatic at first and feeding into a small feeling, but it keeps getting worse. I started noticing I would be in the next room over on my phone while my dad watches TV, and I would jerk my head over to the bedroom hallway because I saw what looked like someone peeking into the living room. It scared me every time. Now, I'll be in the kitchen and see something peek out of the master bedroom, walk across the hall into the bathroom. Sometimes it's like a flash, other times a full body apparition. But like I said, it's a terrible feeling and a very dark figure. Sometimes it's abnormally large or tall and it's always dark. You can't make out even one feature except for size, and the more occurrences, the worse I feel. Sometimes it doesn't even feel like a presence or a human one at least. I express my feelings about this presence to some people, but I don't know what to do. I brought some sage from a local shop and researched how to cleanse the house, but I'm terrified to do it. I'm afraid of making something mad or doing something wrong. Moving is not an option. We don't really have the expenses to just casually up and switch houses like that. I'd also like to add that I feel like I've always been able to sense a strong presence, but never had a bad one like this within my residency. I've always been able to leave wherever gave me the bad vibes. My father worked hard to buy the 200 acres of land around the four corners of Colorado. It was where he went every summer to hunt while my mother, sister, and I went on a cruise. Until I was around 6 years old and we moved there from California. The land and house were gorgeous. Waking up to deer drinking from the pond, I was lucky enough to have horses, goats, sheep, ducks, and a lot of cats. 22 to be exact. What more could a little girl from the city wish for? In the city, I shared bunk beds with my sister, but not here. I had my own room, my own bathroom. If you've never been out in the middle of nowhere, it's dark, very dark, which is terrifying. At the coyotes howling and the bobcats screaming, I often ended up in bed with my mom. That did not last long. I needed to be a big girl, my parents said, so I put on my big girl pants. My mom would put anointing oil on my head every night and pray over me. I don't know if that's what triggered Pete. The first night I saw something, it was a light, which is odd, you would have to follow. Very detailed directions to get to our home. And no family ever showed up in the middle of the night. I thought nothing of it and went back to bed. Almost every night from then on, the lights got closer. When I told my parents, I was told it was most likely the moon reflecting off the tractor out in front. Kids have imaginations, imaginary friends, maybe all that normal parent advice you tell your kids. Until that night, the glow was on the porch, right outside my window. It was bright, and I could tell that it was getting closer slowly. Then I saw his face. He peered in my window and then moved right in front of it and just stood there. I didn't scream or get out of bed. I just kept eye contact because I felt mesmerized. I don't know for how long we just stared at each other, but I eventually fell asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I told my dad, who just got off of work. He asked me to describe the man, so I did as best as I could. About as tall as my dad, 5'8", older with grey hair and very deep blue eyes. I didn't understand until I was older the change in his face was because he went pale. He told me he would talk when I got home from school. And we did. He asked me to describe him again and to try and remember everything I possibly could. And I remembered he was wearing overalls, kind of like the ones my dad's uncle who owned the farm next to us did. He told me everything would be okay, to do my homework, so I sat at the dining table and started my homework. It wasn't much later I heard a loud crash outside. When I ran outside to see what it was, my father had a sledgehammer and was tearing down the small shed that was not that far from our house. He told me to go back inside, so I did. Later on, he came into the house with a small envelope. By now, my mom was out of bed and asking what all the fuss was. We all sat down, and my dad opened it. There were 2 IDs and immigration papers and a map. That's when I learned his name. I just knew it was him. I had that gut feeling. Remember how I said my father's uncle lived on the land next to us? Well, he grew up there and was in his late 60s. We paid him a visit and my father showed him what he found. He was very surprised and remembered Pete from when he was a kid and would ride his horse past his property to go to school. According to him, Pete and his wife were from Russia and kept to themselves. There were a ton of rumors about them, but nobody really knew anything. He looked at the map and asked my father if he had looked around the property yet. My dad said no, but now they had a plan to check out the woods in front of our property the next morning. Everyone was excited. There were so many rumors about the strange Russian man that lived in the middle of nowhere back in the day. Next morning, they started digging. I wasn't allowed to help, so I just watched. Finally, after some time, they hit something in the ground. They brought it up, and it was a big chest. Now, being a Muppet Treasure Island lover, I was excited until they opened it and screamed for me to run. I was confused, but always listened to my father and ran towards the house and told my mom, who was very worried. We ran into the porch to see my dad and great uncle put the chest in the back of his truck and speed off. Those couple hours were hell for both of us. When my father finally made it home, he told us it was dynamite. They disposed of it, and that's when the evil starts, the weird noises, things moving around, animals going crazy for no reason. And Pete's face is always coming through the ceiling. And the nightmares, oh my god, they were horrible. Plus all the strange accidents, like the tractor starting on its own and almost running my dad over. My mom was so scared one night, she had a heart attack. I know she was a smoker and that was a factor, but she would never tell me what she saw, even as an adult. We moved back to California not long after that. I've seen him a handful of times since, peering at my window or just standing in the corner of my room. He's never spoken. I don't know what he wants, but I'm happy I haven't seen him in years. So Pete, if you can read this, I hope you can find peace. I've never really considered myself to be sensitive, although I have seen a person who recently died. Last summer, I was in New Orleans with my husband, and we went on your typical run-of-the-mill ghost tour. The last stop was at the Lalaurie Mansion. Suddenly, something came over me, and I couldn't face the mansion. And I had this loud voice in my head tell me, "We don't acknowledge her." My husband asked me what was wrong, and I told him, "We don't acknowledge her." He looked incredibly confused, and I apologized and said, "I can't look at that place. I'm sorry." The next day, we went to the New Orleans Pharmacy Museum. While inside, my husband was immediately affected with a sharp headache. Meanwhile, I felt like someone was immediately attached to me, and he had his hands on my uterus. He was trying to touch my abdomen. I repeatedly heard in my head, "Let me look. I want to see." When we went upstairs to the top of the museum, my husband's headache became considerably worse. I got the sense that whoever was on me wanted him to leave, so it would be just me. After passing a particular exhibit case, my husband announced that we were leaving, and to stay where I was and not to come to him. He just kept repeating, "I don't want you to see." As soon as we walked out of the front door of the museum, his headache immediately cleared, and I could feel the man watching me leave. His frustration was palpable. He wanted to separate us. Later, back in the hotel, I did some research and found out the doctor who used to live there. The bottom was his pharmacy and the top his living quarters. He used to torture pregnant women. He would get them alone or away from a male companion and basically torture them to death. I recently had a baby, and I got this strong feeling that the doctor in the museum had never seen a uterus after childbirth, and he wanted to see. I also read that sometimes men experience strong and excruciating headaches and don't stay in the museum long, leaving their female companions, wives, girlfriends, whoever, alone. I used to walk everywhere when I was a teenager. I'm also something of an insomniac. I bounced from house to house in the dead of night with the hope of having one of my friends keep me company. It was about 2 a.m. when a friend of mine finally kicked me out of his house because he just wanted to sleep. I was nearing the halfway mark of my 6 mile walk home when I turned onto a major street and saw a man in blue jeans and a grey hoodie walking ahead of me. I got into defense mode because it was a ghetto neighborhood and I didn't like the look of anybody besides me walking around at such an hour, especially with their hood up. I thought that I might get jumped. We were coming to a three-way turn and I suspected that he may have had some friends waiting where the dirt road started on the left. I crossed the street to the right, the direction of my house, way early. Right through the middle of the street. When I made it to the other side, underneath a big, bright streetlight, I turned to smirk at the wannabe gangster. I thought that it was funny that I had enough street smarts to outwit him. He looked right back at me. We looked at each other for what felt like an eternity while walking away from each other. There was something wrong with his face, but I couldn't figure out what it was. All I knew was that it scared the shit out of me. I kept walking calmly and mad dogging him until he finally hit the end of the road on his side. The rock-faced side of a mountain. He disappeared into it. I walked the last few miles home fueled by adrenaline. I wasn't just ready for any gangsters or thugs to jump out at me. I wanted it. Because I was so tough and fearless. Hell yeah. I don't know how long it was that I cried that night when I got home. I cried. I talked tough in a whisper so I didn't wake up my parents, and I slowly came to terms with what I saw. It had a human body, teenager clothes, pale skin, and no eyes. There were just two deep, black, endless holes where the eyes should have been. Looking into them was like seeing the visual representation of fear. I tried to sleep that night, but all I could see when I closed my eyes was that face with no eyes. I eventually put it away in my mind, just a silly ghost story memory. It was just a guy and it was late, and I imagined the no eyes crap, and he probably didn't disappear into a mountain. I convinced myself of that for 2 years. Then, my big sister came to visit. She was supposed to come that Sunday, but she showed up very late, around 9 p.m., and burst through the front door crying. He wasn't right, she screamed. He didn't have eyes. My mother held her, my 19-year-old big sister, crying and wailing like a baby. My father and I listened to her boyfriend's story. We stopped at a red light. This guy was crossing really slowly. He looked like a homeless guy. Blue jeans and a grey hoodie, with his hands in his pockets. Anna was telling me to just go because he was walking too slow. I was about to. It looked at us. It didn't have eyes. It didn't have eyes, Frank. They were like holes. My sister started screaming. And you didn't do anything. You could have driven away or run it over. You just let it look at us. My mother led my hysterical sister out of the room, and I continued to listen to Jacob explain himself to my dad. I just couldn't do anything. I froze. I felt like I tried to hit it. Something bad would happen. My father has no sympathy. He just went on and on about what he would have done. He also said that they both imagined the no eyes part. It was laid to rest for years. I was trying to quit cigarettes at 17. My parents didn't even know that I was a smoker. After weeks of begging my sister, I convinced her to take me to Walgreens for nicotine patches. We went on a day that our parents decided to go out to dinner, and she also happened to be working a second shift. Walgreens was packed at 11 p.m., and we parked in the back near the dumpster. I thought that I had caught a glimpse of it when we were pulling up, so I tried not to look around toward the roof. I failed. I looked. I said nothing for a while. My sister and I were discussing whether I should get nicotine patches or gum when I fell to the floor and started crying. I saw it. I saw that thing with no eyes. It was dressed the same, but it had one arm out. Its right hand wasn't in its pocket. It was out. Its arm was longer than its body. I can feel it looking at me right now. My sister got down to the floor with me. She ignored the security that had surrounded us. Listen, she said. I saw it on the roof. I didn't see the arm thing, but I saw the thing with no eyes. I'm ignoring it. Maybe it's watching us, but I'm ignoring it. You need to ignore it. I know you, and you're not a coward. If you can stand up to guys bigger than Dad, you can ignore that thing. She talked security down and bought me the gum. As we walked back to her car, I could feel it watching. Look at your feet. That's what I'm doing. I'm ignoring it, my sister said. That just told me that she could feel it too. I looked at my feet. I didn't look up at the roof when we got into the car. She took me home. Our parents still weren't there. She ordered us pizza and buffalo wings. We watched Back to the Future. I never saw the thing with no eyes again, but I still think about it. I still can't forget what it looked like. For context, I live in Southeast Asia, and this happened many years ago. I was about 9 when this happened. This was not my first experience with paranormal stuff, but it was the most unsettling. During my holidays, my parents sent me off to a short camp at an old school that has a dormitory built within its premises. We later found out that the dorm was built near an old cemetery. Everything seemed normal until the evening. I made friends with the other kids there, and unfortunately, one of the girls staying at my dorm room, 2 bunk beds, 4 kids, had to leave as her grandma was in the hospital. This left the top bunk of my bed empty. I found it hard to sleep, being anxious away from home, and was the last one awake in our room. It must have been around 2 a.m. when I started to feel really uneasy. It felt like the safety got sucked out of the room. I was laying down and facing the wall, so I turned around to see if anyone entered our room. Instead, I saw a pale face hanging down from the top bunk, staring at me. It's hard to remember all the details, but what stuck with me was its huge red mouth. It looked human, except it had an abnormally large blood red mouth and it was smiling. Its eyes were wide with what I perceived as glee. The entity did not come any closer to me, but it stayed hanging over the bunk with that sick smile and started swaying. This made me scared to move past it, as I sensed it did not have good intentions. I had my phone with me, so I called my parents to come fetch me, as I didn't want to spend another day there. My phone's dial pad glitched a few times, but eventually, I was able to contact them at around 4 a.m. The camp leader moved me to another room. I had to stay the remaining 2 nights, as it was part of their policy, apparently. The other 2 nights were peaceful. I spoke to the 2 people staying in my first room, and they said they slept fine. I've been going to my 2 friends who happen to be twins' house ever since I was good. It's a pretty old 2-story house with a basement. Apparently, way back when one of the kids that lived there climbed a power pole and got electrocuted and passed. Now I don't know how true that story actually is, so that little ghost story never scared me. We all used to play this game we called Murderer. It's pretty much hide and seek, but you pretend to murder the hiders when you find them, and hiders would scream when caught. I loved playing this game as a kid. At a party, when I was around 14 or 15, we were all playing again for old time's sake. I was the murderer for this specific round, and while I was counting, I distinctly heard someone go downstairs to the basement. I remember thinking it was a rookie move because those stairs creaked loudly, and the spots to hide down there were pretty limited. After I finished counting, I walked downstairs and started to check all the normal spots that people would hide. That's when I noticed something was off. I had chills up and down my spine. It felt cold. I felt like I was being watched. I didn't want to be down there anymore and turned to head back upstairs when the lights shut off, and I heard the door to the stairs slam shut. I started screaming bloody murder and ran up the stairs and banging on the door as it got locked somehow. I was screaming as I felt something dark and sinister coming up the stairs behind me. I was screaming and crying, begging for someone to unlock the door. I heard a bunch of footsteps rushing down the stairs from the upstairs, my friends' voices on the other side, telling me to open the door. I was yelling back that someone locked me in and that I wanted out and didn't want to play anymore. I could feel the presence behind me still, and I've never felt that scared in my life. I thought I was going to get dragged back down the stairs, but whatever was on the stairs behind me when the door finally burst open, and I ran out of a crying, terrifying mess. I started yelling at my friends about how cruel it was to lock me down there. They all looked at me like I was crazy. They all decided to hide upstairs in the crawl space in the attic, and no one had even been on the first floor or the basements. That alone made me question the footsteps I heard go to the basements. What they said next made my blood run cold. The basement door, locked from the inside. Back in 2006, I stayed the night at my girlfriend's, now wife's house. It was the middle of winter and there was a storm passing through. So my girlfriend and her parents suggested I stay the night. This was a relief since I lived 40 minutes away, and the wintry mixes can make the roads quite icy and difficult to drive on. This is Middle Tennessee. Her parents' house is your typical 60s ranch-style home. It still had the wood panel walls that were common in that era and creaky wooden floors. I stayed in the spare bedroom that was right across from my girlfriend's. I always have a problem sleeping in different beds, even on vacation, but I had spent the night once or twice prior to this and knew what to expect. I kissed my girlfriend goodnight, went into the spare bedroom, and fell asleep. I woke up suddenly, hours later, to the sound of slow, heavy, thudding footsteps in the hallway. At first, I thought it was a dad walking to the bathroom. It wasn't. I heard the steps continue down the hallway before stopping at the door of the spare bedroom. The bedroom is occupied by me. The steps continued into the bedroom. The door did not open. My heart was beating out of my chest. Slowly, the steps made their way to the bed and stopped. Internally, I was in full panic mode, but I was somehow able to remain calm. A few seconds later, I could feel it sit or lean on the bed beside me. I was facing the wall, so I really had no idea what was behind me. I managed to somehow move a little closer to the wall. It too moved closer. I quickly grabbed my cell phone and called my girlfriend. I'd already figured that whatever was behind me wasn't human, so I didn't necessarily feel physically threatened. She answered after a few rings and I asked her to come into the room. Maybe she thought it was a midnight rendezvous. She walks into the room a few seconds later, flips on the light, and asks me what's going on. I turn around and there's nothing beside me. It takes me a minute to collect myself. I brush everything off and make up some story and tell her to go back to sleep. I take out my laptop and play some Christian music, hoping that it'll ward off any future guests. The next morning, I told her exactly what happened. She wasn't shocked. She told me stories of how she and her sister would hear typing in the middle of the night in her dad's office when they knew nobody was there. She's heard someone run up the basement steps and slam the door shut, and nobody would be there. Her aunt had a similar experience as mine with the footsteps in the hall. She got up to see if anyone was there, and the hallway was empty. To this day, I'm still a little paranoid when going over to my in-laws, especially when I have to go to the back bedrooms. A few years ago, we were living with them in between selling our house and moving to the next home. One evening, I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and I'm pretty certain I heard someone whisper outside the bathroom door. I've somewhat brushed it off, but the memories are still there. Oh, and apparently, their parents have never witnessed anything after living there for almost 30 years. Lucky them. So this is something that did happen directly to me, multiple times. The first time I was trying to sleep and just had very bad vibes. My room felt cold to be exposed, but hot to be under the covers. You'll probably get what I mean. Anyway, I was quite creeped out and I had no idea why. I tried to watch some YouTube on my phone to get my mind right and felt comfortable enough to fall asleep. I eventually did, but was having hazy and creepy dreams. Can't remember exactly what they were about. This was years ago. I started hearing screaming, so I woke up. I looked at my nightstand and saw the clock. It read exactly 3 a.m. The screen was coming from my cell phone. I looked at my cell phone, which was now somehow in my hand. It was playing some demonic YouTube video or theory video. To this day, I still have no idea how I was able to go onto my phone, unlock it, search up demonic videos, and hold it to my face at 3 a.m. I have no history of doing things in my sleep other than speaking or thrashing. I was severely creeped out by the incident and for a while chalked it up to something akin to sleepwalking. Deep down, I felt like something was in control of my body though. I could never shake that feeling, and to this day, years later, it still irks me. My second of many experiences is a bit more straightforward. Another odd and creepy feeling before falling asleep. Once I was asleep, I was dreaming. Only my dream took place in my room at night, and I woke up from my sleep in my dream. I was very creeped out, and everything seemed off. I thought I heard a child or little boy laughing, so I sat up in my bed. I looked to the left and didn't see the side of my room from where I was in my bed. Normally, there's just a wall there, but when I checked where the noise was coming from, it looked as if there was a small door in my wall. I slowly walked to the door and opened it. It creaked open, and there sat a little boy. Pale skin. Overalls from what looked like the 18th century. Leather shoes and a striped shirt I'd never seen anyone like before, and it was a very odd dream. I talked to the boy, and he seemed friendly. He said he was hiding. I asked why, and he didn't reply. I went back to bed in my dream and woke up in real life, covered in cold sweats and with my pillows thrown about the room. I looked over at my side table. It was 2:55 a.m. My clock is 5 minutes behind, so it was actually exactly 3 a.m. in the morning. Creeped me out a lot, but eventually fell back asleep. I woke up the next morning and felt fine. These two instances are two of the more prominent incidences of a 3 a.m. paranormal awakening I recall off the top of my head. Once again, mainly chalking it up to an overactive imagination, or if it does have to do with something paranormal, likely a negative entity leeching off of the negative energies in my household. I think my father may be the reason for that. This isn't something that happened directly to me, but my mother. It's only happened a handful of times, but I digress. One night, several years ago, my mother was trying to get some sleep in her and my father's bedroom. It was about 12 a.m., a July evening. Most of my family was asleep except for my father and me. I couldn't sleep. My dad would often stay up late on the main floor. We stayed upstairs. The house felt awfully cold and dreary for a summer night. I just tried to sleep. I was woken up by a blood-curdling scream coming from my mom's room. I was scared, but figured my father would handle the situation. He eventually came in and she screamed again out of fear, but my father just told her to shut up and go to bed. The next morning, I asked my mother why she was screaming. She said there was a tall man standing in the doorway, too dark to make out any features. She said it looked like he was wearing a trench coat from the mid-20th century and a large hat, similar to a top hat, but with a larger brim. She said he simply stood there with a demonic presence before fading into the darkness. She said she saw this demonic figure 2 more times. She hasn't seen it since. I was skeptical of my mother's story, but every night she said she saw the figure. I had a creeped out feeling as if someone was watching. I would sometimes think I see figures in the hall, but would often dismiss these figures as my imagination. We're both originally from the pretty far northwest Highlands of Scotland, and we were both living there one winter, working the same job. Salmon farming, if you're curious. It gets really dark, really cold, and really stormy in the winter, and we are from a very small village next to the sea, with maybe 50 houses spread out along a few miles. Just darkness, heather moors, sea, and mountains on either side, outside the little row of streetlights. I was living with my mum in her little stone house, which was cozy enough and nothing untoward happened. but my brother was renting a massive house about half a mile up the road. It was about 6 bedrooms, I think, very old and tucked away in some trees at a bend in the road. Most of the rooms were unused and full of old junk, which was spooky enough. My brother just used his living room, bedroom, and we had converted a downstairs room into a gym that we used together. Apparently, he was sitting watching TV one night alone on a fairly still night. His living room had a direct door to the outside, which was seized shut, and the door handle started to rattle. Not the whole door shaking with the wind or whatever, just the door handle, as if someone outside was ragging on the door trying to open it. Even more unsettling is that there were big windows on the house, and you could effectively see the outside of this door. Obviously, nothing was there. After a while, it stopped, but I think he had a very restless night. He's not really into this kind of thing, so I'm inclined to believe him. He seemed rattled the next day. What's more, I may have imagined it, but when I was working out in our rudimentary gym alone, I had a key. I could swear I heard footsteps or the sound of someone pushing a heavy thing across the floor upstairs. Most likely just the wind, but it did creep me out a little, even in broad daylight. And on top of that, the closest building to his house is actually an 18th or 19th century ruin. There are a lot of these there, just on the other side of the trees. It's set back from the road and upslope, so on a dark night when the streetlights don't catch it, and its silhouette's quite spookily. So anyway, everyone I know agrees that this ruin is different from the others in the village somehow. There really are loads of them, left over from the Highland clearances, a particularly dark time in the Scottish Highlands. I've always felt the need to speed up when I walk past it, and my wife even said the same thing last week when we went for a stroll. There's just something weird about it. When I was living there and had to walk my mum's dog, he used to get his hackles up and growl in its direction most nights. All the other ruins feel just quite benign and empty. You don't really notice them, and they're pretty close to the modern roads, so are well lit by street lamps. Most probably, a deer or something like to frequent it, which annoyed the old dog. And the way it looks is quite stark and does set the imagination going. But I can't help thinking that there is some kind of mournful, vengeful presence there that terrorizes anyone living nearby on a cold Highland winter night. The first time I experienced anything happen to me back in 2006 when I was 15. I went to the dentist one morning. When I was done, my mom told me he would head back to our house so she could make me something to eat before dropping me off at school. I remember I was sitting at the kitchen table just talking to my mom about how school was going while she was cooking me some food. The kitchen table was right in front of the staircase that led up to the second floor, where mine and my brother's rooms were. I was sitting at the side of the table where my back would be facing the staircase. While I'm sitting there, I could feel a breeze on the back of my neck. Then out of nowhere, I could hear someone say, "What are you doing?" in a creepy voice. As I start to turn around, I could see this black figure running down the stairs towards me. I yell and jump across the kitchen table, knocking everything over. Reminder, this is at around 9:30 a.m. The sun is completely out. Everything was going normal like any other day up until that point. My mom turned around looking at me and asked what just happened. I told her what I had heard and seen. My mom said she didn't hear anyone or see anyone or hear anyone coming down the stairs. We went and looked upstairs and throughout the house, but we didn't find anything. We were the only two there. My dad was at work already. He starts work at 5 a.m. and my brother had left for school at 8:30 a.m. That was the first, but definitely not the last time I would hear footsteps coming up and down the stairs. The second story I have for y'all actually happened to my mom, but it kind of involved me. So this had to happen about 5 years later, when I was 20. My brother and I both had the night off of work, so we decided to stay home and play some cards with our friends online. It was just like any other night, having a good time, playing videos. It was probably around 1 a.m. when our mom came upstairs asking us to keep our voices down, and we told her sorry for being so loud. She headed back downstairs. A few minutes later, me and my brother could hear her talking, and She was saying my name, but we couldn't make out what she was saying. About 2 minutes later, she came back up the stairs and asked me what I was saying to her. I had a look of confusion on my face and told her I didn't know what she was talking about. She told both me and my brother that while she was getting a drink of water, she seen me walk down the stairs wearing my hoodie with the hood over my head, and said I sat down on the stairs and started talking to her, but she couldn't really understand what I was telling her. Then she said I stood back up and just walked back up the stairs, and that's when she came back up to ask me what I was saying. My brother and I both told her that I didn't go downstairs to talk to her and that I was in my room the whole time. She just looked at us and said, well, something was talking to me down there. That was the last time I remember something creepy happening that involved the staircase. We lived there for another 4 years without anything like that happening again. Me and my girlfriend moved into the apartment we're currently living in about a year ago to this day. The first 4 months we were there, we never saw anything strange or creepy going on. I'd say the first time that something happened that got our attention was in October of 2021, when I went to grab some food for us to eat one night, and my girlfriend was on the phone face to face with her sister. She told me they were just talking about how their day went, just having a normal conversation. That's when her sister said, "Tell Jose I said hi," and she responded, "He isn't there." That's when her sister said, "Then who's standing behind you?" Apparently, there was someone standing over her shoulder looking into the phone while they were FaceTiming. Ever since then, my girlfriend has seen things from time to time. Like she'd be in the shower and could swear she saw me walking into our bedroom and start having a conversation with me. But when she'd get out, I wouldn't be there, or she would hear the front door open and footsteps thinking I'm home, but I wouldn't be there. As for me, I would hear knocks or bangs on the wall, and just recently on 2 separate occasions, I've seen something creepy. Number one, I was out riding on my motorcycle about 2 weeks ago, and when I got home, I decided to take a nap on the couch. When I woke up, I was in one of those states where your mind is awake but your body is still asleep. I'm trying to wake my body up, but that's when I hear footsteps walking towards me, and I can hear someone telling me, "Hello." I looked over where my motorcycle helmet was and could see a reflection of a dark figure walking towards me. At that point, I'm freaking out, and I kind of start to sit up. But when I do, I could feel someone's hands start to push my body back down while making a shushing sound. Next thing I know, I bolted up from the couch, and whatever was there was gone. Now, I don't know if I actually saw something, or if it was my mind playing tricks on me because of sleep paralysis. And the most recent thing I saw was actually caught on one of my security cameras last week. On the security footage at around 10 p.m, you can see the rug at my front door slide a good foot or two away from the door, and about 2 seconds later, you see a shirt fall to the side. I've shown the video to a lot of my friends, and it freaks them out just to see something like that. Not really even sure what to think of the whole situation. I guess I never really paid attention to what was going on, but now that I have it on video, I can definitely say something strange is going on. I've been gifted ever since I was 12 years old. Crazy stuff happened in the house where I used to live with my mom. Posters ripping in the middle of the night, whispers, hearing someone run up and down the stairs while everyone was sound asleep. I saw a lot of apparitions. I used to be scared when I started seeing them, but got used to it over time. Through the years, I gave friends seances and helped with hauntings. It was never anything dangerous or malicious. Fast forward 14 years, I live in my own apartment with my boyfriend. I've lived in this apartment for 4 years now, and nothing remarkable happened, besides having a ghost cat for some time, but I think she moved on, as I haven't seen her in months. My boyfriend never seemed to believe or notice the cat ghost. I used to think he was just a skeptic, which is okay. I just like paranormal stuff and spirituality. He doesn't need to. His cousin sadly died 2 years ago. She was only in her 30s. It was while we were on holidays in Spain visiting his family. It was very sudden and unexpected, and we were supposed to meet her next week. That same year during winter, she showed me a vision during my deep meditation, showing a happy memory of them playing on a dirt path. I told my boyfriend that there was supposed to be a picture of it in a photo album his mom had. He got teary eyed. I think this opened him up a little more. Again, fast forward 2 years. He knows how much I'm busy with spirituality, giving people readings and such. I have a lot of crystals, cards, etc. I had ordered a book for developing paranormal gifts and tarot cards. These tarot cards were secondhand. I don't mind. But here's where it gets bad. One night, I'm woken up by our lamp next to my bed being turned on, and I see my boyfriend Antonio sitting up. I say to him, "What are you doing?" He asks me if I also heard that weird voice. I say, "No, what voice?" He says, "It's like a mean old woman. It came from the corner of the room." I kind of chuckled, thinking he was dreaming. After a minute of staring at the corner, he laid back down and turned off the lamp. The next day after work, I came home and asked him about it. He still swears up and down he hears a witch-like voice cackling in the room. Since he's a skeptic, I believed him. He would never make that up. I saw the raw fear in his eyes, and it was horrifying. I didn't hear a voice, as I was sleeping deeply. That day, I cleansed the house as deeply as I could, and it never happened again. My thoughts are it could be connected to the cards. Since they were second-hand, it might have had some energy attached to it. Anyway, I got rid of the cards because my instincts told me to do so. The apartment is peaceful now. What does everybody else think? Over the course of my life, from the age of around 8 to my very early 20s, I would have some recurring themes in dreams. The bulk of the actual dreams themselves could differ greatly, but there would be elements that would appear over and over again. Most notably, and for the purpose of the story, there was a set of figures which I could later come to refer to as the faceless man. It should become apparent why I chose to call them that, as the story continues. Giving an exhaustive account of every dream they appeared would make the story too long, so instead, I'll tell you about dreams. I'll be using these dreams as examples of 4 ways the figures might appear in my dreams between the ages of 8 and 20-something. The first dream is the earliest I can remember. I refer to its type as an incidental dream, where the figures appear in the background, not doing anything necessarily, they're just there. In the dream, me and the young girl about my age are just going around looking at stuff. And at one point, we walk up to a building that has some vines growing up the side of it. She refers to it as an ostrich tree. I don't know why, and then we decide to climb it. As we scale the vines, they become thicker and more numerous, and eventually, it's like climbing up a massive set of trees. The canopy above us gets denser and thicker until it's blocking out all the light from above. And eventually, we come to a wooden deck and begin to pull ourselves up onto it. She manages to pull herself up first, and just as I manage to do the same, I hear her scream the name Jason. As I look up, I see 3 figures hanging from nooses that stretch up into the darkness of the canopy above us. I'm immediately pushed backwards off of the deck by some invisible force and fall into the inky blackness just before I wake up. The figure in the middle was a blonde-haired boy about my age at the time, hanging limp, while the other 4 were generic figures, obscured by the darkness and shadows of the canopy. I didn't think much of them at the time, but looking back on it, I definitely think these are the same figures from later dreams. The second dream I had when I was in my early to mid-teens, and it's a type of call observational. In these dreams, the faceless men appear, kind of in the background, but seem to clearly be observing the main action of the dream. Only observing, though, not interacting. The majority of this dream takes the form of a teen romantic comedy, and my perspective the entire time being essentially where the camera would be. With a protagonist girl who's nerdy and unpopular, despite being actress level pretty. The nice guy best friend who has a crush on her, but will never say anything. A mean girl antagonist who's super popular, and the dumb hot jock that the main girl is attracted to for some reason. Pretty standard fare up until one of the scenes that I'm being forced to watch during my sleep. And everybody kind of just goes about their business. Nothing happening, just people hanging out at a summer camp for a little bit. Until eventually, everybody heads back to the cabins for sleep. No particular action happening. I'm just watching people now. But then my perspective shifts towards the mean girl. He's sleeping in one of the bunks, and I'm looking down over her from the ceiling. As my perspective slowly gets closer and tighter on her, until eventually, I see a gloved hand come in from outside of my field of vision, grabs hold of her mouth, and then two other hands begin stabbing her to death. It's a very sudden, unupsetting change in tone, and it goes on for a little bit, until eventually they let go and stop as the figures begin to walk away. My perspective begins to follow them out of the room. For a moment, my perspective passes over a window of the cabin. It's not focused on it. The window just happens to be caught in my field of vision as I'm following them out of the room. And as I do so, there's a faceless man standing outside of the window. Here, I'll give a more detailed description of what I mean by a faceless man. A faceless man is a featureless humanoid with no orifices or features of any kind. No ears, hair, nose, eyes, mouth, etc. They're sometimes entirely nude, but can sometimes have clothes on. For example, in this dream specifically, he was wearing what looks like a t-shirt. But in the previous, they were all nude with no primary or secondary sexual characteristics. No breasts or genitals or Adam's apples, and their physique is neither masculine nor feminine. They're also entirely monochrome with no skin tone or color whatsoever. I only see the faceless man very briefly outside of the window before my perspective takes me away from them, and I eventually find out that the people who killed her were both the jock and the nice guy best friend. That's not important for this. The third dream that I will be using as an example for the third type of dream they might appear in I've labeled proactive. In these dreams, we see them begin to interact with the environment in ways that either instigate or prolong the main action of a dream. At no point will they directly interact with the dreamer, me. I had this dream when I was a little older than 10. I was standing in the parking lot outside of a large building, which to me feels like a hospital. But in retrospect, not a lot for me to be able to really call it a hospital. It's kind of just a generic large building with large glass doors. Except that there is no glass. No glass in the doors, none of the windows, nothing. There's also no sky. No sun, no stars, no moon, just inky blackness, and the only source of light is street lamps that are scattered throughout the parking lot that I'm standing in. Looking away from the building, I can see that the parking lot goes on for what looks like forever, though eventually it disappears into the darkness. There are no lights on inside the building, and I can see no furniture or anything inside of it except for a young girl about my age, lying unconscious on a stretcher. I feel compelled to get out to the building, but at the same time, I feel equally, if not more so, compelled to not enter the building. I know that I cannot and should not enter, but I can't describe why. So I do my best to reach through the empty windows to try and grab this stretcher, to pull her closer, so that I can get her out of the building. I reach and stretch and try as I might, she's just out of reach. Until eventually, I'm finally able to get the tip of my finger around the lip of the stretcher, only for a faceless man to come walking over out of the darkness of the building and calmly move the stretcher just out of my reach again. I don't seem to notice them inside the dream, and I certainly don't acknowledge them, and they don't acknowledge me. I simply try again, only for them to come back out of the shadows again as I'm able to get to the tip of my finger around the lip and move it out of my reach again. I don't know how many times this happens, but this continues over and over until I eventually wake up. This final dream is the only example of its type, and while it has faceless men, their unusual behavior, atypical appearance, and the fact that it's the last time I've ever been visited by the faceless man, brings me to believe that I should categorize it as its own separate thing, and that it deserves mentioning. I've labeled it a midnight event. purely because it sounds cool. The dream opens on a young woman about my age. I'm in my late teens at this time, waving goodbye to someone out the front door of the house. I get the sense that she's a babysitter and she's looking after a very young child. She closes the door and walks into the kitchen, where she sees the child having a number of pots and pans out from the cupboard full of water and just playing in them. She knows that she's going to have to clean this up later, but she thinks that it's cute and decides to play with the child. At this point, there's an immediate tonal shift as the bright sunny weather outside immediately becomes overcast and the child just disappears. She looks around confused before grabbing a box of matches and struggles to light one. As she does so, the ambient light of the scene dims more and more, with the environment around her disappearing until finally she's able to get one lit. Despite having a source of light, she keeps her eyes closed tight, really tight, and holds the match in front of her face out of the darkness. There are hands reaching and stretching up towards her, trying to touch her hands and the wrinkles. Old looking and monochrome, completely without colour. They look weathered. For some reason, she blows out the match and the same goes black. There's a couple of beats and then there's a light again, but this time it's coming from a flip lighter as a man lights a cigarette in his mouth. As he does so, the light from the lighter causes the world around him to light up. As he takes a draw off of the cigarette, he closes the lighter and puts it in the pocket of his jacket. The man looks like he's in his mid to late 20s, maybe early 30s at most. A slightly disheveled appearance, dirty blonde hair, tired expression, and roughly looks like John Constantine from DC Comics. However, at the time of having the dream, I'd never seen John Constantine from DC Comics or a depiction of him, so Lord knows where I got that image from. He takes a couple more draws from his cigarette before leaving it in his mouth and putting his hands in his pockets as he starts to walk down the streets of some big city. As he walks, I get the idea that he's been looking for something for a long time, but hasn't been able to find it, and it's close to giving up. He's tired and frustrated and bitter. As he's walking down the street, he walks past men, women, children, but all of them are faceless men. Some look like men in business suits. Others are women in floral dresses pushing strollers that have babies with no faces. And all around him is the noise of the city cars honking at people, talking, someone's phone going off as he just walks past them, not acknowledging them, and they don't acknowledge him. But then suddenly he stops in his tracks, and as he does so, does the city around him, there's no longer any cars on the streets. And all of the faceless men around him are stopped still in the cracks. It's dead quiet. As he stares in front of him, as if he realizes something, he throws his brows for a minute and says, "Gotcha," and pulling one of his hands from his pockets, quickly swings it around behind him, and fish hooks the mouth of a man who's standing behind him. This man is old, like a really old crypt keeper's younger brother. And I know he's the same as the other people. He's a faceless man, but he has a face. He's monochrome like they are and has no junk and is entirely nude. But he has features. He has thin, wispy hair, thick eyebrows, a hooked nose, long earlobes, a mouth that John currently has his finger in. To this date, it's the only example of a faceless man with a face, which feels significant, especially since this is also the last faceless man I ever see. I get a sense of satisfaction from John as he's still facing in front of him, feeling triumphant, before he whips himself around to face the old man, only for the entire cityscape to suddenly disappear, and the dull, overcast light turns into a harsh, oversaturated, orangey yellow, with strong winds whipping back John's jacket. As he now stands in the middle of what looks like a desert, dry, arid soil, dead trees, and an orange-red sky. The most shocking thing is that the faceless man with a face has been replaced by an amorphous blob of features. Patches of different kinds of hair, fingers and teeth, eyes, and one massive gaping maw that is his hand is resting on the side of, and as John looks into the wet hole full of teeth in front of him, there's a deep booming comes through saying, "Not in this place." As soon as the voice is finished, John whips himself back around, facing away from where the old man was, and there's nothing behind him. The city is back, the bright sunny sky is back, the city is full and bustling again, and all of the people around him are in full colour with faces and expressions, and going about their daily lives as if none of that happened, except that his finger is still wet. And then I wake up. Full-time firefighter paramedic. Been on the job for 17 plus years, and I've never experienced anything like this before or since. I want to start by saying I'm a rational adult, and I believe in rational, scientific explanations for things. But for this, I got nothing. A few years back, we responded to a call around 3 or 4 a.m. for an elderly male with chest pain. On scene, we found a 96-year-old man complaining of crushing substernal chest pain that started around 9 p.m. Tough old guy said, "I figured, hell, I'll sleep it off." Of course, it got progressively worse throughout the night, so his wife got sick of his complaining and made him call 911. Layout of the house was typical for a single-story ranch. Front door into living room, hallway to the right that leads into the bedroom. We were in with the patient. To the left leads into the kitchen and dining room with a door leading to the attached garage. I was in the bedroom with another medic. Our third guy was sitting at the kitchen table, putting the patient's info into the computer for the run report. As we started treating the man, he went into cardiac arrest and we immediately began CPR. While heading back out to the truck to get supplies, I yelled to our other medic in the kitchen to get in the bedroom and help out. We shocked the man, and to everyone's surprise, immediately got a rhythm back. As we were loading the patient for transport, I asked the wife, who's also about a century old and in her nightgown, if she wanted to ride with us to the hospital so she could be with her husband. She was obviously in shock from everything going on and seemed hesitant to leave the house not dressed, but we needed to move with purpose. We asked if their children lived by and if she could get a ride, as we needed to transport right now. She said no, our daughter lives in another state. Suddenly, our third guy, the ones getting the patient's info into the kitchen, says, "Well, can your son drive you?" To which she responded, "We only have a daughter." This confused my partner, but there was no time for further discussion, and we brought the man to the ER. Believe it or not, he survived after coding a total of 11 times. After the call, myself and the other medic looked at our partner and asked what that was all about back at the house regarding him referring to their son. He told me right before I went to get him from the kitchen, a middle-aged man walked right by him. He said that he looked just like the old man but had dark brown hair and thought it must be their son, as he was wearing a white t-shirt and blue pajama pants and seemed half asleep when he walked by. Figured he came out of his bedroom, that all of the commotion woke him or something. He said the man didn't acknowledge him. He yawned and sort of bumped into the kitchen cabinet before opening the door to the garage and going out into it. He never turned the light on. Simply turned back around, closed the door, and walked back past him and turned the corner to the hallway. Apparently, that was when I came around the corner to tell him to go in there to help out. Our partner said, "You had to have practically bumped right into him in the hall." There was nobody else in this house. I saw no one. It was just the elderly couple that lived there. Here's the part that bothers me the most. The old man, our patient, was wearing a white t-shirt and blue plaid pajama pants. So what the fuck did our partner see? Was it our patient's ghost, spirit, or whatever? Too freaking weird to wrap my brain around it. None of us could ever explain it, and our partner still doesn't like to talk about it, even years later. So I suffer from migraines, and I sleep a lot post-migraine because it helps with the pain. Recently, I've been taking melatonin to help keep me asleep, and a lot of people said it gave them weird dreams. And I thought they were joking, until I started having them. The first few were a little scary, then they got weird, but the most recent ones I had were of a girl. So far, I've only had 2 dreams of her. In the first one, I was in an arcade and I kept floating up towards the ceiling. And I got so frustrated because it wouldn't stop. She grabbed my hands and pulled me down, and I don't literally remember anything else. In the second one, we're face to face and her hair and clothes are soaked. I remember Swan Lake was playing in the background, but I fell asleep listening to it, so that part isn't as strange. A few days ago, my friends and I went to our city's county fair. We went at night and they wanted to go on a Ferris wheel. I'm the friend that holds everyone's shit, so I stayed behind. I looked at the lines for the other rides and actually got goosebumps when I saw her. It's like she teleported from my dreams to right in front of me. I think she was with other people because she was laughing, but I couldn't look away from her. We made eye contact for like a nanosecond, and then she got on a ride. My friends and I walked around for a few more hours, and I ran into her again. My friend apparently knew one of the people she was with, because he went over to them and they started talking. I stayed back, because I was nervous. She waved at me, and I waved back. Okay, well, I kind of waved. I kind of just tossed my hand up super quickly. We left a little while later, and I asked my friend about the girl with the long dark hair, and he's apparently really good friends with her brother. I know I've never met her or her brother before, or seen pictures of them, so I don't know how I dreamt of her. When I was 12, I lived in a town called Steuben, Wisconsin. Look it up. Very small and a beautiful town. I lived in a house with my mom and my older brother at the time, who wasn't home for most of this. One night I was up late, probably around 4 a.m., when I suddenly heard what sounded like somebody standing next to me and breathing. Almost spot on the sound you'd hear if someone inhaled through their nose and then exhaled through their mouth. I got up to try and pinpoint where it was coming from, and every time I thought I was coming close to it, it would move and suddenly be behind me or in another corner of the kitchen. Once I realized that, I went straight up to my mom until sunrise, which was above the kitchen. When the sun came up, I went down and my mom was awake, and I went to her and told her I wanted to tell her about something, and she said she wanted to tell me something too. So I went first and told her what I had heard, and her response was that she was about to tell me the same thing, that she had been getting up early some mornings and sitting in the kitchen on the computer and hearing this breathing sound. After that, this thing came around for a good 2 weeks or so, every night in the middle of the night. Until one time, I finally broke down and screamed at it, said, "Leave us the hell alone." And it immediately stopped and never returned after that. Another time, I was laying on my bed on the phone and talking to my friend in another town, when my mattress started shaking violently. It wasn't an earthquake or anything like that, because it was only the mattress that shook. I felt exactly like someone had walked up to it, grabbed it, and just started shaking it like crazy. Whenever family members would visit in this house, they would always think they saw someone going up our stairs. One night I slept in our living room by myself with nothing on, and distinctly heard someone whisper my name to me. Lots of other things happened while living there too, including weird stuff outside. I'm in my 30s now, and I've never been able to come up with a satisfying explanation as to what could have been making that breathing sound, or how it was able to move around and react to me yelling at it. This has been going on for a couple years now, but it hasn't got to me until now. I work as a paddling coach in Ottawa, Canada. I coach sprint kayak and canoe, dragon boat, stand-up paddleboard, and an assortment of other boats. I work year-round, but when the water opens up, I work out of a camp 10 minutes outside of the city. The club is surrounded by deep woods and several other camps. The plot of land next to where I work is owned by the YMCA and used for a summer camp, but the camp only takes up about a quarter of the area. The rest of the forest is filled with a spider web of deep wood trails that go on for kilometers. I used to train my athletes on the trails, but for a couple of years now, we haven't been allowed to use them. Anytime we go on the trails now, a representative of the YMCA usually comes and kicks us off. It all started about 2 years ago. I was upriver a ways coaching a dragon boat session. We were paddling alongside the shoreline owned by the YMCA, And just as we were taking a break, I heard the most chilling scream coming from the woods not too far from shore. It sounded like a woman's, but it sounded really off, as though she was struggling to get air or something. The whole boat stopped moving and stopped to listen. It was quiet for a long time, until I asked if anyone had heard that. The dragon boat holds 22 people, and just as I asked, everyone looked at me and nodded. People were quiet for a while to see if it would happen again. The first incident happened late in the summer, so I assumed it was just a camp kid screaming at a bug or something. It happens. When we didn't hear it again, we decided to continue the workout. Just as we got going, however, it happened again. Still the same gargled scream just beyond the tree line, and again everyone in the boat stopped to listen. I wasn't 100% sure what to do. I had never dealt with anything like this before. It was one of those things that you question constantly, not sure if what you heard was legit or not. I beached the dragon boat on shore just so we could take a look. Everyone was guessing that the source of the scream could not be more than beyond the tree line. A couple of the guys and I took a look around, but couldn't see anything. It was honestly a really chilling situation. We all eventually decided to call it a day and head back. I assumed it was just a camp group hiking the trails, and it eventually left my mind. Fast forward to last summer. I heard the screams again, only a handful of times over the season. I can't say how many times, but it couldn't have been more than 3. Each time it would happen, me and whoever I was with could never find where it was coming from. It was always the stretch of beach owned by the YMCA, never anywhere else. This all happened at different points of the summer. I was never just part of one season. I want to say that this wasn't the only weird shit going on at the club. Besides the odd disembodied screaming, myself and others would hear a few different sounds coming from the woods by the club. This would include a weird rasping wind blowing through the forest, immediately followed up by the sound of what can only be described as someone gutting a fish, but really loudly. It's so hard to explain, but I want to do the sound justice because it's just chilled me to the bone. The worst thing I've experienced at work is somewhat too common nowadays. It usually happens when I have my younger training group with me. With this group, I coach mostly sprint canoe and sprint kayak, and the group ranges in ages from the youngest being 12 to the oldest being 17. I train the kids after school, and sometimes we go late just before the sun sets. Sometimes I'm stuck closing up the club in the dark with the kids, which is when it usually happens. From time to time, when it's just on the cusp of being dark out, me and my athletes hear footsteps coming from the woods that surround us. They always stop just short of the tree line. It doesn't sound like someone running through the trails or anything, but as if someone is walking through the underbush. Just as we hear it, me and the kids always fall silent and look at the exact same place. This usually prompts everyone to drop whatever they're doing and hightail it to the parking lot to drive off. Now, all of this would have been fine. I'm a tough guy. I don't scare easily. At least I didn't think so. But a couple of days ago, something finally put me over the edge. It's been an exceptionally warm spring in Canada, which has allowed me to start work on the water 3 or 4 weeks earlier than usual. I was out on the water with a dragon boat crew, and we were paddling up and down the range of beaches owned by the YMCA. Again, it happened. Everyone stopped paddling and just stared at the stretch of beach. The scream sounded different now, still female, but really demonic. All of my hair stood on end. The whole boat laughed awkwardly, assuming it was just a member of the club, or a member of the YMCA hiking the old trails. But I didn't laugh. It hit me almost immediately. It couldn't have been a member of our club, because I was the last booking of the night. And it couldn't have been any members of the YMCA, because it was too early in the season. The YMCA camp hasn't been opened for the season yet. That was the other night, and I haven't decided what to do. The whole thing has put me on edge, and I haven't allowed myself to stay later than 8 these last couple of days. It isn't just me either. I spoke to some of the other coaches at the club, and all of them have heard the screams. We all just don't know what to do about it. The screams usually happen a couple of times a summer, and usually in twos. So I'll try to get a video of it happening if I can. My wife and I have a son, and when he was big enough to move to a toddler bed, we decided to put a hook-eye lock on his bedroom door because his door doesn't actually latch shut. You just need to push on it and it opens. This way, if he gets up and tries to open his door to roam around the house at night, he won't be able to. But it isn't a strong or complicated enough lock to be a hindrance during an emergency. It's been 2 years of using a hook-eye lock with no issues. It became more of a comfort thing for my son. It doesn't really do anything at this point. He can just open the door regardless, but he likes to hear us latch it at night. We recently moved, and about 2 weeks ago, I put him to bed. Latched the lock, turned around, took a couple steps, and heard the hook fall. So I turned around and it swung unlatched. I opened his door and he's laying in bed, burritoed up in his blankets. So I think he ran to the door. Went to open it, heard me out there still, and ran back to bed. Then later that week, my wife says that his door was wide open when she got up for work, but he was sound asleep, so she closed it. Whatever he might have woken up before, realized everyone was still sleeping, and went to bed. Then last week, he comes running into my room after my wife leaves for work and says, "Dada, you opened my door." I said no. Must have been Mama before she left for work. My wife says when she gets home, his door was closed when I woke up this morning. Weird. Then today, my wife watches the latch lift up out of the lock, fall, and his door open on its own. She isn't a believer in the paranormal. I've been telling her for years that weird shit like this happens to me all the time. She always calls me crazy, and now she's seen it for herself. But also, if anyone has a genuine explanation for this, please tell me, because she's very freaked out, and honestly, it bothers me too, because it's my son. I think it's kind of cool when I see and experience stuff, but I don't want him to be scared. I grew up in a home in New England. The house was built in the 70s and no one died there, but it was built on unclaimed land at the time. Anyways, I lived there from when I was 5 until when I was 19, and I can always remember some creepy things happening to me there. I'll start with a softball that could have been the result of a faulty door, or more realistically, someone who tried to break in. One night when I was 8, my whole family and I woke up to my dog barking downstairs. When we went down there, she was sitting in front of our front door, which was wide open. Naturally, me and my sisters freaked. My dad, being the no-nonsense Air Force guy he was, searched the house with our dog, and explained it as the wind that we needed to get the door fixed. My dad could have been right, but I never remembered it being a windy night. There was no damage to our door, no crowbar marks from someone trying to pry it open, no new scratches on the locks, etc. But I think the freakiest thing that scared me was if there was a threat, whether it be a person or an animal. My dog for sure would have tried to chase after it. This is the only instance I shared with my whole family. The rest going forward are instances I experienced alone. When I was a little older, I felt that whatever presence was in my house was trying to get me to notice it. On a handful of occasions, I'd wake up from a loud noise, almost like a door slamming, followed by what sounded like heavy footsteps that would go up my stairs halfway, and then stop. I could never muster up the courage to check. I remained in bed paralyzed with fear and dread. This one similarly may have an explanation. My older sister recently admitted to us that when she was a teenager, she would often sneak out only to return late at night. The only thing with that is, as I mentioned, my dad was in the Air Force, and while he was still our goofy, fun-loving dad, he was not someone you wanted to piss off. You'd think my sister would try to be as quiet as she could, slowly closing the front door and tiptoeing up the stairs carefully to not wake anyone. Not slamming the door with such force it would wake me up, and stomping on our worn stairs that creak when walking up them. This could be a coincidence, and I could very well be relying too heavily on my childhood memory, which is likely to embellish. These next 3 instances I'm about to explain happened to me when I was older, 11 to 14, and are still very fresh in my memory. One night, I was watching TV, and all of a sudden, I felt my body vibrating. My room seemed brighter. Loud white noise drowned out the noise from the show, and I felt this energy walk through me in my bed. It felt like a few seconds, but when it was over, I was sweating and panting, trembling from whatever just happened to me. I didn't tell anyone at the time because I didn't know how to explain it. I guess looking back, maybe I could have had a seizure, but I was a relatively healthy child, and this never happened to me before or ever again. Then, the singing. It was late at night, and it was definitely past my bedtime. I was watching The Raven in my room. It was when I felt tired and turned off the TV that it started. A soft, slow, melancholy sounding humming. I sat up from my bed, thinking my mom must have fallen asleep on the couch and that the TV was on. I got out of bed to check, only because that mentioned scenario happened so often. I was surprised to find my living room empty and the TV off. I didn't panic, however. Our TV was interesting in the sense that we had a box for the TV audio, and if you didn't turn that off but turned the TV itself off, you were left with a black screen and the audio still playing. It must have been that someone forgot to turn off the audio and some freaky movie was on with a creepy kid. I went to the box to find it completely off. Starting to feel a little unsteady, I decided to go back upstairs and try to get some sleep, rationalizing that it was in my head. When I turned off the light and got onto the covers, it started again but slightly louder. I sat up in my bed once more, jumping out of it and walking to my door, quickly opening it and stepping out into the hallway. I was met with silence. I went back into my room, locked my door, like that was going to help, and got back into bed. It started again, louder and discordant, almost like there were two voices and they were trying and failing to meet each other's pitch. I had enough and turned my TV on so that the raven in the hopes of drowning out the noise. The next morning, I brought it up to my mom and she stated she slept through the night and heard nothing. I tried to wrap my head around what could have been the logical explanation for why I heard the humming. I can't think of anything. If any of you rationalists have a thought, please feel free to share it. The next and last instance that I'll mention is what broke me and had me convinced my home was haunted, or I alone was being haunted, as no one else had any occurrences. I lived on a dead-end street that many cars think has an outlet onto the main road, but only get turned around at the end of my neighborhood. As such, it was not uncommon for cars to pass by our house, their lights briefly illuminating my room before it went to black. Something woke me up one night, but I couldn't place it. It wasn't a sound or a feeling, I simply just woke up. I saw the familiar sight of some poor sap trying to find their way, only to realize they were going to have to backpedal. The car came closer and closer, and then it made the famous left turn that illuminated my room. It was when my room was lit up. I saw her. She was in the corner of my room. She was a colourless, tall, and lanky figure. Her limbs were malnourished, her hair greasy, long and gnarled, covering the left half of her face. She wore a dress that was tattered and filthy. She first looked as though she was going to walk across my room, until it looked like she was going to turn towards me. In a flash, the car had passed by my room, and as a result of my room going dark again, she was gone. I turned on my light immediately, thinking this would keep me safe. I started crying and shaking. The figure I saw was so horrible, broken, and seemed destitute. After this, I finally told my mom the next morning, stating that I didn't want to sleep in my room anymore. My mom, not wanting to have a 14-year-old basket case, told me that she experienced the things I had once before as well. My aunt, who died young of cancer, used to seemingly visit her in her dreams, bringing other dead figures with her. My mother told her that she had to stop and leave her be, and she never had those dreams again. At that point, I was willing to try anything. In the afternoon, I went up to my room. I faced the corner of my room where I saw her. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I wish I could help, but you have to stop. You have to go. Please." Contrary to how this post has been written thus far, I didn't hear a voice. I didn't see an apparition. I didn't feel a spirit lift. I felt nothing. All I know is I never experienced anything seemingly paranormal ever again in that house after I said what I said. My parents ended up divorcing, and my mother and I sold the house to live in a condo. A little girl and her family moved in. She was around the age I was when these incidents started happening. I think she was going to bunk down in my room. For context, I've been living in this house all my life, and when we got married, my wife moved in here with me. This house is a 3-story high and is owned by my mom. My wife and I live in a room on the 3rd floor. Yes, I still live with my mom, but only because I can't leave her alone, as she's already old and exhibiting signs of dementia. Going back, when I was a kid, I've seen a lot of otherworldly entities here. A red, see-through woman who smiled at me before walking downstairs. An old man who clearly was very sick because he was so thin and his teeth are all in bad shape. And yes, he was smiling at me too. I saw him sitting right next to me on my bed, his face about 6 inches away from mine when he woke me up. This time, at maybe 2 a.m., I was roused from sleep by what sounded like small feet running around our room. It was so clear, but I cannot tell what it was exactly as I cannot turn to look at it. I eventually woke up thanks to my wife, who heard me grunting in my sleep. It turns out I was having sleep paralysis. When we went back to sleep, I woke up 3 different times after that, all because my wife was having nightmares and was grunting and moaning. And when I woke her up, she said that there were some things that were bothering her in her sleep. She too was having sleep paralysis, and it kept on 2 more times. Pissed off because I couldn't seem to have a peaceful sleep, I addressed the entities in our room and told them that if they will not let us be, I'll do my best to drive them out of our house. After my brief rant, we decided to sleep again, but not more than 5 minutes had passed. A stack of wine cartons fell down and woke us up. There's no way those would have fallen down because there's no air or any kind of draft that is blowing into our room. Our room is like a sealed box because we spent money making it that way. It seems they don't want us sleeping. I don't know why. A few weeks back, my fiancée surprised me with a birthday weekend away at a very old, very popular South Carolina city. She had the whole weekend planned with sightseeing and extravagant dinners, but as a history buff and someone who's genuinely curious yet terrified of ghosts, was most excited for the haunted bar tour she'd booked. The irony is my encounter took place when we were preparing for the haunted ghost tour. The haunted bar tour was booked for a little later on in the afternoon, and since half the point of the tour was drinking, we decided to get the party started at lunch. My fiancée was able to land a lunch reservation at a pretty popular spot in this city that happens to bear the name of a dog that used to occupy the building. So after we've been seated and got our drinks, twice I caught a sort of white mist at the very edge of my peripherals. Not smoke-like, but like a rich white cloud you'd see at midday. I didn't think much of it, being that we were seated with my back to the door that led to a balcony that was also full of patrons, so waitresses were constantly running back and forth behind me. It could have been anything. After the second time, I asked my fiancée, did the waitress just spray Lysol behind me? She said no. Why do you keep looking over your shoulder? Conversation at that point changed, and I pretty much forgot about the white mist. A short time later, after we finished our meal, the waitress came to clear the table. I wasn't paying attention to her as she was clearing the plates, but thinking back, I can't really explain what happened here. But it felt as if while the waitress was cleaning the table, she dropped a plate or a few utensils, because the sensation I felt was as if something splattered or hit against my leg, from my ankle up to about my knee. Since I was in the middle of a conversation with my fiancée, my reaction was dang. I roll and grab my napkin, but when I bent down, my leg was as clean as a whistle. I also noticed the waitress was halfway back to the kitchen at this point. Huh? The fuck? Whatever, we're going to be late. Let's get the bill. First stop on the tour was a bar on the other side of the city. How the tour operated was we'd go to the haunted bar, the group grabs a drink, And after everyone gets back to the table, we get the history and why this particular location is haunted. Since my fiancée and I were one of the first ones back to the table with just the guide there, I broke the ice with, "Hey, is the restaurant haunted?" The tour guy replied, "Oh, it's very haunted. It's actually the last stop on this tour." We giggled, and at this point I still didn't register what had happened. It didn't all click until we got to the end of the tour, back at the restaurant, as we all gathered around the guide for his spiel. The gist of it was that it was named after the dog they found buried underneath the front entrance when they were renovating or something. He pointed to a painting someone did of the dog, and of course it's a little white dog. The whiteness of its coat was on par with the white mist I saw earlier that day. He even went on to say the dog haunts the restaurant and will come by and rub up against your leg. Holy shit. Not to squeeze the juice out of this or turn it into a sob story, but to put it into context, about a year ago my 2 family dogs died in a sudden, tragic, and super shitty way. And as someone who's an animal lover, who's had a pet their entire life, I thought about the 2 of them constantly. After everything clicked in my head, my only reaction was just something like a comforting warmth and genuine flattery that the dog picked me to come up and rub up against. Maybe almost a sign that my dogs were okay, which is what I needed, because what hurt the most about losing my 2 family dogs was I never got to say goodbye to them, something I was thankfully able to do with all previous pets. Many years ago, I was a bored teenager in the house alone on a Saturday afternoon and decided to make a Ouija board from, of all things, a travel Scrabble set. Dumb, right? Nevertheless, I made it, grabbed a glass and tried to make contact with who or whatever was there in the great beyond, just because. Several times I asked, "Is there anybody there?" Now, I wasn't really expecting anything to happen, and for a few moments, nothing did. But then the glass started to move under my finger towards the corner of the board with tiles arranged to spell yes. That was enough for me. I returned the glass to the kitchen and hastily disassembled the board, suitably freaked out. Now, I'm prepared to believe in hindsight that maybe I unconsciously moved the glass myself, but I was pretty scared at the time. The house suddenly felt oppressive, and I felt ill at ease enough to want to get out of there as soon as possible. So I locked up and decided to get on my bike and ride to a friend's place to be around other people and relax. The journey took about 15 minutes, but the oppressive, uneasy feeling stayed with me the whole way. When I arrived at my friend's house, I knocked on the back door and got no response. Peering through the windows, it was plain there was no one home. I decided to try another friend, and again there was nobody home. In all, I tried 6 or 7 friends, cycling some distance between all of the houses. This was in quite a rural area, and no one was home. Not my friends, not their family members, no one. In every case, I peered through the window, each time feeling increasingly paranoid and not a little desperate. And in each case, no one was there at all. And this is the weird part. Every time I peered into their window, I could see my friend's high school photo of that year, staring back at me and smiling. Smiling very oddly, in a very unearthly way. I felt very conscious that I was being watched by something that seemed to manifest through the photos. It's hard to describe exactly, but it felt that in each instance, I was expected. Like the photos knew I was coming and knew I'd be alone without the safety of other people. The best way I can think to describe it is that it felt like I was being toyed with by something playfully malevolent, if that makes any sense at all. By the time of the last house, I had travelled miles and used up most of the afternoon, and so, tentatively, I returned home. My family were there at this point, and the place, thankfully, felt normal again. When I asked what I'd done with my day, I simply said I'd been on a bike ride, and that was that. I'm aware that most of this can be chalked up to a mixture of coincidence and the power of suggestion, but the whole experience felt uncanny. When I saw their photos again in following visits, they looked perfectly normal, of course, but I can't decide whether I'd worked myself up into a state of near delusion, or if something else actually happened. I guess I'll never know.
wife and I bought our first house about 8 years ago or so. We've since sold it, but we've often had strange occurrences there. The biggest thing that was our cabinet was often open when we go into the kitchen, even if neither of us were in there. Items from the cabinet would often be left out, even when not used. Fairly innocent stuff. Definitely weird. Previously, growing up, I had several occurrences that woke me up at night. Two notable ones were that I woke up one night to the sound of something being flung at my wall. It sounded like a necklace being whipped around and thrown, ending with a loud smack on the wall. The second time, I was sleeping and woke up to a really loud sound, similar to a dryer with shit in it, or something to that effect. A loud banging noise in a constant pattern seemed to be right by my bed. Both times, the sounds disappeared as soon as I became fully aware of them. We never seemed to have any actual malicious activity in the house, but one night in particular, we'd been sleeping on the couch because a drunk driver almost ran their car through the house, where our master bedroom was. We had a young daughter at the time, around a year old, who had toys around the house. One of the nights on the couch, my wife woke me up in a panic. Apparently, the front room light had turned on momentarily, and she heard the sound of the toys being played with. As soon as she became aware of it, the light shut off and the playing sound stopped. She's not the type to embellish, so I got pretty spooked by that one. Nothing much after happened in that house. That was definitely the most chilling. I still get a little shiver when I look back at it.
Me and my friends used Ouija boards at our hostel when we were in school. Nothing moved on the board, as usual, but I got intuitions like how the person we were calling looked like. This happened a number of times, and it was accurate to moles, their houses, the kind of glasses they wore, the walking stick, etc. After a month, when I got back home, my mom came across a lot of paranormal stuff. Had the family and house blessed by a priest. Our neighbor too did a few prayers according to their beliefs. I haven't seen the black figure, but I did have a scratch on my back. About 3 years later, I'm in college, and one night around 2 a.m., as I'm walking to my room, I see a black figure a little far away, maybe 30 meters or something. I actually saw it moving from one side to another. The place I saw this was very bright. There were tube lights and I could see the black figure properly. The next day, my friends were making fun of me, but later that evening, we got info from a friend that it was the first death anniversary of the girl who committed suicide in the women's hostel. This is incident one in college. Second one was shortly after this. A week later, I guess. I was smoking in my room, scrolling through Instagram, earphone in one ear. Towards the end of the cigarette, I find myself saying, as if I'm responding to someone talking to me. I then realize I am in fact hearing a woman talk to me, and as slowly as I'm coming to reality, I'm also sensing the black figure right beside me. I slowly dropped my cig and walked out of my room. I had that feeling if I get scared and react, something could happen. Third time, this is the first time I'm actually seeing it properly and this close. Incident 2 was like right beside me, but not facing. Sitting beside me. Incident 3 happened a few weeks later. I was at my friend's room, about to leave for my room. I remembered to tell something to my friend and turned around. I see the figure. Lights were off, but there was light from the window behind the black figure, so she was like a silhouette to me. I'm trying not to go too much into the detail as the question is priority. 2 years later, after college, my friend and I were staying together. There, my friend heard knocking. Once, it was like someone just came and hit the door open. He thought I was goofing around. He comes to my room and finds me sitting with a cigarette. I have to say this. I witnessed the face change from a complete rage to shock, to worry and astonishment. Once I saw my friend go to the restroom. 10 minutes later, he again walked to the restroom. I asked him if he's alright. It was 6 a.m. and him using the toilet twice in 10 minutes was not normal. He told me he just woke up. Another time, I was sitting in our hall alone. The lights were switched off and only a dim light was there. I slowly noticed I was so deeply invested in listening to a conversation. There was nobody else in the hall, and somehow I felt like there were people around the table sitting on the chairs, and we were talking. Months pass, and I feel a strong presence of someone outside my door. I open and turn left, and as I turn right, I see the black figure a few feet away from me. I get back in and close the door. Played music at full volume and just didn't think about it. Another friend of ours came to stay with us. He too felt the same, like someone following him, some black entity behind him and moving above him. My uncle came to stay with us. He too felt someone follow him. He asked about the knocks. We just jokingly tell him whatever it is isn't harming us, and as long as it doesn't harm us, we're fine. It's been almost 1 year since the last experience. I somehow was able to take this very lightly, as if nothing had happened. Also, now I'm in Dubai, so I've sort of passed that completely. What triggers it is, I somehow just know some very small personal things before it happens. An accident, sickness and health, a fight in the family, how an interview was going to go, even temperature sometimes. At times, what I say simply happens. This is not just 3 or 4 or 5 times. This happens a lot more than even 20. This particular story happened when I was a senior in high school during 2014. I'm 25 now, and this experience still scares me every now and again. I had a friend, we'll call her Aria, that had told me stories of the paranormal activities that happened in her home throughout the 2 years we had been friends. I believed her, but never really thought much of it considering I never experienced anything myself. She specified that her older sister had always played around with a ouija board a few years prior before moving out. One of the stories Aria told me freaked me out. It was the one night while she was sleeping, she felt a weight on her chest and immediately woke up to see a dark figure standing over her. It gave me chills listening to her explain everything, knowing full well that her sister likely brought something not so nice into the house. I wanted to have dinner and stay the night at Aria's house on Friday after school, so we could have the weekend to hang out. She's a year younger than myself, and with it being my senior year at the time, I wanted to spend as much time with her as possible before I moved. Her mother never really allowed anyone in their house other than myself, and a few of Aria's older brother's friends. Her mother thought I was a good influence for Aria, whatever that meant. Aria's older brother went out to spend time with his own friends, so that left Aria, myself, her mother, and Aria's younger brother. Aria's father worked at the prison in the next town over, so he usually worked very long hours. Sitting in her room with her, Aria and I were getting hungry, so she decided to sneak out of the house later in the night around 10 p.m. to get some snacks. She contacted a friend of ours, we'll call him Henry, to meet at the nearest 24-hour corner store, after he offered to pay for our food. Aria's mother was one to stay up fairly late, between 12 and 2 a.m. So I turned off the light in Aria's bedroom after she jumped out our window, to hop the fence from the backyard. I wanted to make it look like we were already asleep. The mother was very nosy when I came over to visit, so I wasn't worried, but I wanted to take precautions just in case. Sitting on Aria's bed against the wall, under the window, I started to remember the story she had told me about the entity in her house. Being in near pitch-black darkness, alone in her room, didn't help the situation. I decided to ignore my thoughts and refused to give a reaction out of fear. I started to ask for updates through Henry in order to get a feel on how much longer he and Aria would be. The corner store was less than a mile away, so I assumed the wait wouldn't be too bad. It was completely quiet throughout the entire house, until I started hearing Aria climb the fence to get back over. I moved to the middle of her bed in case she needed me to help her through the window. I inched closer to get a better look outside. It was Aria standing completely still, directly in front of me. It was still dark, so all I could really make out was that it was her silhouette. It was exactly her, down to the height. I didn't think too much of her behaviour, so I stretched my arm out to help her through the window. She continued to stand there, motionless and silent. It dawned on me what it was. I quickly brought my arm back in and sat down on the bed away from the window. The figure didn't move or make a sound, and neither did I. I was frozen there. I eventually laughed it off, refusing to believe it wasn't Aria.
thought she was just playing a joke on me. She knew that I was a bit taken aback from the paranormal experiences she told me about, so I shrugged and crawled back over to help her through. I said, "Very funny, you got me," and extended my arm out again for her to grab. She then walked off to her right, making her way past the side of the house. I brought my head out the window to get a look at what Aria was doing. I said, "Where are you going?" Because the only other entrance to the house from the backyard was a sliding glass door that led to the kitchen. Her mom would have known she snuck out. After pleading in whispers for Aria to come back as we helped through the window, I heard a very low, taunting laugh. Aria's figure disappeared behind the other end of the house. I jolted my head back inside her room, scared shitless. Part of me knew it wasn't her, but I told myself I needed to remain calm. I grabbed my phone and messaged Henry. I asked him if he had brought Aria back to the house already. He said that there was still a little ways down the street. There were chills running up and down my body. I immediately turned the lights to Aria's bedroom back on, feeling slight relief. While what I had experienced was definitely not something to take lightly, there was something about a well-lit room that made it easier to deal with. I eventually heard the real Aria hop the fence and throw the bag of snacks through the window. I helped her through. Even the way she climbed the fence sounded much different than whatever that thing was pretending to be her. I immediately began to tell Aria what happened. There was no logical explanation to what else it could have been. It definitely wasn't human. She said, "I told you," in a completely calm and nonchalant manner. I knew that Aria had obviously been experiencing the happenings of the entity on her own, but for her reaction to be so plain was not what I expected. After snacking, we finally went to bed. Nothing out of the ordinary happened, so it was easy enough to fall asleep quickly. I woke up in the middle of the night and checked my phone. It was 3 a.m. After putting my phone back on the floor, I shifted towards the wall where Aria was, and she was facing the other end of her room. Her eyes were wide open, staring off in the corner. I asked, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" She didn't answer. She continued to stare in silence. I felt those same chills again, too scared to look over. I mustered up the courage to look anyway. There was a tall, black figure standing in the corner of Aria's bedroom. It looked like the silhouette of a normal human being. That's not all what it was. I didn't get a good enough look to give a greater description because as soon as I saw it, I turned back over and whispered, "Turn around, the wall, and ignore it. Try to go to sleep." Once we turned away from the figure, it never did anything. I was terrified out of my mind what would possibly happen through the rest of the night, but nothing ever did. I've known throughout most of my life that malevolent entities usually only get worse or react violently when given more attention or when antagonized. Us refusing to give it the attention it wanted may have been the reason we didn't experience anything else. I've only had a few paranormal related things happen to me throughout my life, but that memory definitely takes the cake.
Two co-workers and an old friend, who had never spoken to each other beforehand, said that they could feel a presence near me at all times. I got a bit scared and asked them what it was, and they said that it felt like it was a young spirit, but harmless. I didn't want to think too much into it at the time because it seemed crazy. I believed them 100%, but I just couldn't mentally grasp it at that time. A few years had passed and a different close friend of mine stated she could see the spirit attachment. She described the spirit as a young boy, 8 or 9, with blonde hair and blue eyes. He seemed at peace when he was next to me, explaining that he never left my side. She even told me that she knew I was in pain from a colon illness I had, without me even bringing it up, because the spirit attachment was clutching his stomach. Knowing that he was not only attached to me, but could also feel the same pain I was feeling, was extremely interesting. The way she described the boy was just like my older sister. I have brown hair and brown eyes, but my sister has blonde hair and blue eyes. I feel like the details were so strange, and it left me thinking of what my mother had told me about a miscarriage she had before getting pregnant with me. After the surgery she had to have, she didn't want to know the gender because the whole situation was so painful to deal with, of course. I just can't help but wonder whether this attachment is somehow that baby, or if I came across a lone spirit at one point in my life. I used to hang around cemeteries in high school, and when I was around 18 or 19, to pay respects and learn some insight of those that had passed on. My uncle was schizophrenic, and said he thinks this is how he got schizophrenia. He said he was walking through Louisiana, he hitchhiked a lot for fun, and decided to stop into a gas station to get a drink, because he was thirsty. Before he walked in, a man approached him. The man, as he described him, was very shady. He said it seemed the man had a darkness about him, even though it was sunny out. Very tall, with bad teeth. He asked my uncle to put his hand out and put a weird-looking coin in it. He said it seemed like a very old coin. The man told him, as long as you hold on to this coin, good luck will always be yours. But if you lose it or throw it away, terrible things will happen to you and your life will fall apart. My uncle thought it was very weird, but said thank you, then went into the gas station and bought a soda and $1 scratch ticket. He won $250 on the scratch ticket. He was freaked out at this point. He came back outside and the man that had given him the coin was nowhere to be found. My uncle walked down the road and, always being a religious person, threw the coin into the swamp and kept walking as fast as he could, trying to get a ride home back to West Virginia because he was so scared at that moment. Again, he was schizophrenic, so it's totally possible this was the beginning of his illness and it was totally real to him. But I've always wondered. When my son was about 2 years old, I saw him walk into a light on a baby monitor. It was late. I'd been up late playing the first Destiny. We had this baby monitor we had gotten from the second-hand store. It had video and two-way audio, with night vision as well. Well, I was starting to wrap up my game and go to bed, so I decided to check on him before going to sleep. I looked at the baby monitor and I froze. It looked like there was an extremely bright light coming through his window. Now, our bedrooms were right next to each other. It was a double-wide trailer with an add-on for a living room. Our room was the old living room we had converted into the master bed. His bedroom was right next to the kitchen. So if you walked out of our room and took a right along the wall, you would end up in the kitchen and the door to his bedroom. The window where the light was coming through was on the same side as our windows. No visible light from outside I could see. Lived down in a valley in the country. Pitch black outside. Still frozen from the shock of it all, I look back at the monitor and he's walking up to the window. I saw him pull the curtain aside and at this point I finally got myself to move. I took the monitor with me and watched till about midway between our room and his door light was still there and he was looking through the window. My soul has left my body at this point. I finally get to his room. This all happened in a matter of seconds. Burst open the door, noticing no light coming out from under the door, and see him sleeping peacefully in his little toddler bed. I look down at the baby monitor only to see the same image I see before me. I just stood there for about 20 minutes shaking, and I'm sure all the blood drained from my face. I didn't sleep well for about a week after that. If anybody has ever experienced something similar, please let me know, because I still feel crazy to this day. When two of my friends, we'll call them friend 1 and friend 2, got their first apartment together, it became our go-to hangout place. I spent a lot of my free time there. I remember the day they first took me and another friend to the apartment. The moment I stepped into it, I felt this overwhelming sense of fear and anger. I immediately knew that there was a spirit in there, not with the best of intentions. One day, as I was helping friend 2 move, we were carrying his bed. And as soon as we entered the apartment, the door immediately shut super hard, and we both jumped. I knew it couldn't have been the wind since I stood an inch from the door and would have felt some wind. Sometime later, they had fully settled in, and I was in the kitchen alone when I heard the loudest bang coming from behind me. And when I turned around, I saw the smoke detector fell to the ground and landed on the other side of the room from where it had been in the ceiling. And it wasn't glued to the ceiling or anything. It was screwed on. It also didn't bounce, since I would have heard it. Every time I was alone in a room in that apartment, I could feel someone behind me. Also, whenever I'd enter an empty room that didn't have lights on, I could see in the corner of my eye a woman in her 30s or 40s in a fully white wedding dress. When friend one was leaving the apartment, he took a stepfather who has his third eye open, and he saw exactly what I'd seen without me ever telling them what I saw. At some point, we were all chilling in the living room watching TV when we all heard footsteps run from the kitchen to friend's one bedroom to the kitchen. Mind you, there are 4 doors between those places, and each and every one of them opened and slammed shut in unison with the footsteps. At that point, I'd had enough and asked them what the fuck that was. They said completely calm, "It's the ghost." So they apparently knew it was there. The ghost was scary at first, but it was just so active and walking around closing doors that it became a roommate. We even started to tell it off when it was making too much noise late at night. Like a door would slam shut. No windows, doors, or anything open. At 2 a.m. And we'd go, "Stop. That was too loud and it's 2 a.m. Go to sleep." I had the unfortunate perception of not living there, but spending a lot of time there, and saw these 2 best friends begin to hate each other. They were always annoyed and angry. Friend one worked an 8 to 4 job, however he could barely sleep and almost got fired. The other one didn't sleep at all and stopped showing up to work, leading him to actually getting fired. It got to the point of whenever I came to their apartment, friend one was always trying to sleep in the living room because he didn't want to sleep in his own bedroom. The other one was doing anything he could to stay out of reality. One day, I got a phone call from friend one saying the other one had just packed up and left. He'd literally taken everything except his bed and was going to get that tomorrow. I then talked to him, and he said that he was going insane in that place and that if he didn't leave, he'd either kill himself or friend one. I went back there a couple of times so that my friend wouldn't be alone in that apartment while he looked for another place to stay. I could see him turn pale, angry and depressed. I told him to sleep in his car, and that worked. You could explain all the physical things that happened in that apartment, the doors and the footsteps, but what has me convinced that there is something in that apartment is that I saw 2 happy-go-getters transform into sleepless husks of what they used to be within 4 months. Luckily, they're both alive, and I talk to them still, and I can tell they're doing much, much better. They haven't spoken properly since one of them left, but we all met again a few weeks ago, and I could see a glimmer of what their friendship used to be. The hallway connects to all of the rooms in the house, so if someone passes by your doorway, you can see them. Where the hallway ends, you enter the living room. The living room is also the only way to reach the front entrance. The first time someone saw this apparition, it was my uncle before I was born. He was watching television when a woman walked through the hallway and to the front entrance. He thought it was my grandmother, but she entered the living room through the doorway from the hallway. He thought someone had broken in and went to look, but found no one in the house who fit what he saw. The person disappeared into thin air. He was spooked. The second time, it was my sister who was also in the living room. This is years after the first incident. The same thing happened to her, but she thought it was me this time. She went looking and found that it disappeared the same as before, and found me sleeping sound asleep in my bed. She was creeped out by this as well. The next incident was my grandmother, and she also thought it was me. I also saw someone walk by my doorway where the hallway is located without anyone being home at the time, and heard someone with a female voice say hello. The next person who saw something was my mother's boyfriend, who saw a white, translucent figure walking into the front door. This was also the only time it happened during the day. It's also not the only ghost I've seen or heard, but it's something we've all witnessed with our own eyes. It's one of the very few non-hurtful pictures that haunts our house. When I was 4 years old, I went to daycare. I saw a man that I found out recently is called the Hatman. For some reason, I remember it quite well. I've been searching for an answer for a couple of years once I remembered the incident again. Just happened to stumble upon him on the internet and it shocked me. The description was pretty spot on. Story for context. I was playing outside in the snow and suddenly a man dressed in all black, polished black shoes, fancy black pants and a long black trench coat came up to me. For some reason, I didn't look up at his face, which I find a bit odd. Just his coat, pants and shoes, but I somehow got the impression that he was tall. He came up to me where I sat. I was playing alone around other children. I thought it was a new daycare worker or something. I was very lonely as a child and didn't really have any friends, except the girl included in the story. So it made me excited that someone wanted to talk to me. I didn't feel threatened at all. He greeted me shortly. Then I remember he said to me, "Do you see that icicle on the ground? Pick it up and throw it in that girl's face." I didn't even think about it. I just did it. Not that surprising, but the girl who was somewhat of my only friend started crying and bleeding from her lip. Luckily, I was just a 4-year-old and therefore couldn't throw it that hard. When I realized what I had done and turned back to look at him, but he had just vanished into thin air. I don't remember if I ever saw him again since this memory suddenly crept back into my mind a couple of years ago. Not long after, I saw him though. My dad's borrelia worsened. He went in with ambulances as soon as he came home, couldn't walk on his own, had to wear a mask to breathe even when he was awake, and much more. He fought and suffered for 1 or 2 years till he passed away in his sleep. I don't really know who the Hatman is. All I've gathered is that he can bring bad news. I hadn't watched any scary stuff because I was so small. I don't know how I could have made it up. This incident now haunts me often. I feel shivers and uneasiness whenever I see pictures of him. I'm getting more paranoid as time goes by. I hope that I don't have to see him again. Since a later age, I've started experiencing anxiety-related hallucinations. I'm 23 and have a geriatric nurse for 2.5 years now, and I experience a lot of death and dying. One thing I've surprisingly never experienced is paranormal activity or spirits. My father has worked with a paranormal research society and has been on numerous paranormal research projects over the years. I've heard crazy amounts of stories throughout my lifetime, but I'm a see it to believe it kind of person. I've always been a skeptic when my father talked about actually seeing spirits or apparitions. With that being said, I've never seen anything that I could call concrete evidence of something paranormal. But today, forever changed my life and my reality. Today I was standing in front of a medication administration cart, preparing medications, when one of my nurse's aides came to report that one of my patients, who was actively dying, had a family member in the room on the floor. My first thought was, I don't have enough chairs in the room. I'll complete my current task and then go address this. I took the medications I had prepared for the appropriate patient. The appropriate patient's room just happened to be directly across the hall from said patient's room, with a family member on the floor. As I'm walking by, I glance in the actively dying patient's room to observe this family member on the floor. I see, from the knee down, 2 legs dressed in black slacks or pants, and all black leather shoes lying flat on the floor, face down. These legs seem to be lying parallel to the bed where my dying patient was lying, and were sticking out from the end of the bed frame. I glanced over, noticed this, and went into the room across the hall to give the medications to the appropriate patient, as I didn't want them to be misplaced. I was in the room for an estimated 30 to 45 seconds before exiting and walking across the hall. When I entered the room of the actively dying patient, the legs were gone. No one was on the floor. The patient's family member was sitting in a chair at the bedside with clothes on that do not resemble the ones seen on the legs. I immediately asked this family member if they had been on the floor. The family member stated, no one has been in here except me. I did a room search and did not see anyone else in the room either. The other visiting family members were outside during this and also did not have clothes that resembled the ones I had just seen on the legs. I spent all afternoon trying to find someone with black pants and black leather shoes. No one turned up, and I still cannot justify what I saw. Keep in mind, the nurse's aide saw exactly what I saw and described the same feet, in the same position. Also, the family member that was in the room did not observe what my nurse's aide and I observed. I want to start out by saying that I'm a 26-year-old male who's had plenty of my own fair share of encounters that I can talk about with anybody who's interested. But my main concern is that this stuff is now affecting my daughter. Very badly, and it's hard as a father to see her go through it. She's 6, almost 7 now. Her mother and I separated when she was a year old, but her mother and I were together for 4 years before she was born, and 1 year after she was born. We just grew apart. Aside from that, everything has been pretty normal regarding my daughter up until about a year ago. Her mother and her grandmother, like me, are in tune to the spiritual world and have had many encounters in the homes we and they lived in. Spirits are attracted to us, but it's not just her mother, her grandmother and I. Pretty much her mother's entire family is in tune with the spiritual world. They have, and I have, encountered possessions, demonic entities, evil spirits, and shadow people. My daughter is claiming to see spirits, mainly shadow people, that before a year ago she claimed she never saw. She sees them at her mom's house, and now all of a sudden she's seeing them at my house. I closed myself off from this type of stuff years ago because it was unhealthy for me to feed into it. I know that her mother has done the same, but her grandmother and her other relatives on her mother's side have not. My daughter is deeply scared of this stuff. It's bothering her. I sat her down last weekend and this weekend, and we both commanded them to leave us alone and leave the home. Occasionally, I experience sleep paralysis myself. I believe at least one time, or maybe even right now, there could be multiple spirits attached to me, her mother, or other people in her family. Even though, like I mentioned before, I closed myself off from that stuff. Aside from this, I don't know what else to do. I don't want my daughter to have to experience this traumatic stuff. It makes me so upset that she's so young and dealing with this stuff. Any advice or knowledge would be very appreciated. I was in 7th grade. At this point, 2 of my siblings had already moved out, and one of them, let's call him Jay, was in New York City with his friends. So it was just my parents and I home. Though it was late, so my parents were sleeping. I was always a night owl, so naturally I was awake. I was laying in bed talking to random people online with my lights off and my door closed. At about 12 a.m., I started hearing what sounded like someone running around on the first floor. I live in a 3-story household. I figured it was Jay. He would do things like that. Then I realized he's in New York. At that moment, I started to get really uneasy, and I'll be honest, I hid under my bed for a little bit. I genuinely thought someone broke in. After about 20 minutes of this, the noise started to travel upstairs. It sounded like the laundry machine running in circles. I'd also like to mention that you cannot run in circles on the 2nd floor because it's literally a thin hallway. I went back to my bed and tried to distract myself because I really didn't know what to do. I realized this noise started to get progressively louder and faster. Louder and faster. You can imagine how scared I am as a fucking 12-year-old girl. After a while, the sound came to a sudden stop. Then, it started again, but very slowly and loudly. It was the same laundry-like machine noise, but this time, it was stomping up the steps to the 3rd floor. With every stomp, it got slower and louder. Slower and louder. Very loud. The closer it got to the top of the steps, the more scared I was. Not only because it was getting close to me, but because it was so damn loud the floor was shaking. Literally shaking. Finally, it gets to my floor. In the seconds before I hear the next step, all I can think is, please do not turn in the direction of my room. Please, please, please. Can you guess which direction it turned? Yeah, mine. Slowly and loudly, it stomps to my door. I felt paralyzed, too scared to make a sound or a move. It got to my door and again came to a sudden stop. Nothingness is all I heard. Not the wind blowing, not any creaks or the streetlights buzzing. I heard nothing. Then my door slammed open and smacked the wall. I was so petrified. I didn't want to move, but I needed to make sure it wasn't my brother playing a prank on me, somehow. I got up and rushed to the opening of the door, peeking my head out. No one was there. I quickly shut and locked the door while turning my lights on. I go back to bed, not knowing how to feel, trying to call people because I don't want to be alone. No one answers me though, as I'm in 7th grade and it's a school night, so all my friends were fast asleep. A few minutes later, I began to hear scratching noises on my window. I tried to convince myself it was just the tree. Later to remember, there's literally no tree outside my window. After, I hear the same noises on all my walls, then the floor, then the ceiling, one by one. This all lasts until about 3 a.m. Ironically though, as you can probably assume, I stayed up the rest of the night. After school, I got home, sat on my bed, opened Snapchat, and was shaking. When I opened Snapchat and saw the front-facing camera, behind me was a handprint on my wall, right above my pillow. It was a big handprint, so I took a photo of my hand next to it to prove it wasn't mine. I touched it. It was this weird substance that felt almost like oil and sweat at the same time. It was so clear. On the other wall, also right next to my bed, was another mark. It was the same substance, only this time looked like someone was dragging their fingers on the wall to make that mark. That year, occasionally, I'd find those same marks appearing on my walls again. Though since this night, nothing quite like this ever happened to me again. Does anyone know what this is? This happened almost 7 years ago, but I remember every detail like it was yesterday. I live in a 100 or 150-year-old house, according to the landlord, for 6 months while my family were renovating our home. It was a very old house with a creepy basement and a hidden second staircase behind the kitchen. There were 4 bedrooms, 2 vacant, the one I slept in and the one my parents slept in. The one my parents slept in had a walk-in closet with a window in it, where you could look through and see the top of the stairs. I thought it was strange, but it will be an important detail later. When we moved in, I was around 15-ish, or I had just turned 15. The memories are a little foggy. The first instance of activity I can remember was the night I moved in, and it was passive, as I'd call it. I remember sitting up alone in my room after unpacking a couple boxes, and I was listening to a CD on this old stereo my parents had bought. My parents were downstairs watching TV. I remember everything being fine. It was late at night and it was dark, the only light on upstairs being my room. The hall was pitch black. I must add that I've never been scared of the dark except for when I was a young child. I remember pausing my music because I thought I heard footsteps and thought my dad was coming up the stairs to tell me to turn it down. He did that a lot. But I still heard him talking to my ma downstairs. It felt like someone was standing in the doorway, and I remember feeling extremely unsettled. The feeling didn't leave me, and I sat there for a solid 5 minutes, putting my music back on to try and ease my mind, but it still felt distinctly like someone was standing there, staring at me in the doorway. I couldn't see anyone, though. I remember getting so spooked out that I hurried downstairs and joined my parents in the living room. I said that I felt creeped out, and my mom said that it was probably just being in a new place, and I'd settle down and get used to it eventually. Bearing in mind this was my first ever experience of the paranormal, I'd never felt like this before. I was convinced that someone was upstairs, but my parents brushed it off. This sort of thing persisted for a few days, but only when I was allowed somewhere alone. My ma refuses to talk about the houses, so so I've never found out if either of my parents had the same experiences. But given their defensiveness on it, I'd presume they did. Less passive things started happening after this. At first, I dismissed it. Things like the pool balls on the table being moved when I returned to the games room, even when I knew I put them in their little triangle formation for the game. But when I'd come back, they'd be scattered across the table like someone broke them and started the game. Small things would go missing and reappear somewhere else, or move very slightly, but just nuisance things like that. Things one could disregard. This persisted for a little while, and I didn't tell my parents about it because I didn't think anything of it. I remember when things got more intense, I'd start to get chills right before something would happen. The room would go freezing cold for no explainable reason. The house had drafts, but it wasn't enough to take the room from lukewarm to freezing cold in a few seconds. Then, something would happen. Like an object would fall, or I'd hear a noise and the room would go back to being warm again, like nothing had changed. The first time I felt truly scared was when I woke up in my bed in the middle of the night, and I felt like something was staring at me. I always slept with my door shut, and it felt like a stranger was standing in my own room over me, watching me sleep. I had a shelf of books and various ornaments above my bed. My bed was against the wall, and I remember 3 of them falling on my legs and feet, one after the other, and then everything went quiet again. Nothing else happened that night, and I'd fall back asleep with difficulty. I'd hear tapping on my door at various points in the night, and I was awake for a couple of those occasions. One night, I couldn't fall asleep, and I heard 3 steps on my door. Very quiet, like somebody tapped a fingernail against the door 3 times. There was one night where this happened multiple times, but the tapping would always come in threes. Then it would be silent for about half an hour, and then I'd hear it again. In those beginning 3 weeks, looking back on it, the activity was like your standard haunting, just nuisance and creepy things. But it was about a month into living there that things got super intense for me, and quite honestly, really fucking scary. It was like the intensity scale went from 0 to 100 within a few days. At least that's what it felt like. It was such a drastic change from the odd disturbance to actual violent events that I couldn't explain. One evening, I was in the house alone, only for about an hour. I was rarely ever in that house alone. There was always such a foul feeling about it, and I felt unsafe being there by myself at this point. My family had to be there or else I'd go, as far as waiting up by the back door, until they got home from work in my school uniform. I felt entirely on edge the entire time. I couldn't sit still, I couldn't focus on homework or the TV, music, nothing. I kept feeling that same feeling like something was watching me, but it felt worse somehow because I was alone. I couldn't run to anyone to feel better. It was just me and this thing. I remember I was trying to focus on some movie on the TV, and the room went cold, and I was instantly like, oh shit, what do I do? By now, I had figured out that I was dealing with was a spirit, by the way. I was very familiar with the concept of ghosts and hauntings, but I didn't believe in any of it until I moved into that place. I remember the movie was just ending, and the screen went dark. On the credits screen, I could see my own reflection on the TV, and I saw something rush behind me, past me, and presumably through the door into the kitchen. You had to walk through the living room to get to the kitchen. It was like a tall, black, smoky figure, but it had no distinguishing shape. Like a humanoid figure, it was almost like a bundle of half-transparent black smoke that just shot past in half a second. Seriously, one blink, and I would have missed it. I'm not going to say I acted tough in that moment, or that I was being brave or anything. I just burst into tears because I was so scared, and somehow, seeing it made all my fears a reality that I couldn't pass off as excuses anymore. My parents didn't believe a word I told them, so I just stopped telling them anything. And they didn't help, making me think I was delusional and crazy. I saw it on a total of 4 separate occasions. The second being when I was in the walk-in closet in my parents' bedroom, looking for something. I can't remember what it was, but I remember peeking out of that weird window I told you about earlier, and seeing a black shadow for a few seconds on the stairs. and it just faded away. The third occasion was a tall black mist standing still in the corner of my room. I woke up and I felt paralyzed, but this was my first instance ever of sleep paralysis. And I remember seeing it in my peripheral vision, standing in the corner of my room until I regained consciousness in my body, I guess. And when I could move, I turned to face it and it had disappeared. This one you might be able to discount as a hallucination, because I know people experience those during sleep paralysis, so take that one with a grain of salt. The fourth and final time I saw it fully was in the kitchen. I was writing out a French exam, I'm pretty sure, or something to do with French class, and I turned and saw it rush through the kitchen door into the living room. I don't know why I saw it. I don't know if it was showing itself to me, because I also have never seen another spirit since, and I've lived in the multiple haunted homes. The worst experience, however, was two that tie hand in hand with the foulest experience in this house, which convinced me to think that this thing did not have good intentions. I felt touches and what felt like the light shove sometimes, especially when I was on the stairs. I'd feel a cold, icy breeze against my shoulder, like something was running their hand really quickly across my skin. The worst day for me was when I was upstairs alone. I went into the third bathroom. It was the first bedroom to a door on the right at the top of the stairs. It was used as a storage room, and that room was always cold, freezing even. Even if you stuck a heater in there, it would not warm up. But I remember I went into the room and started rifling through boxes, and I was looking for something. And I remember sitting back because I could smell something rotten. Not like that sticky, moldy, sweaty smell that's like rotten food or fruit. If you've ever smelt a dog food box that's exploded and left to go moldy, you'll know the type of smell I'm talking about. It was absolutely putrid, and it came out of nowhere. And I just remember a box at the end of the room shaking gently back and forth. And I looked at it, and it was just a box of books. It wasn't anything significant, just a random storage box. Trying not to be sick at the time as watching this, mind you, the smell was making me gag every other second. And I was just glued to my spot on the floor watching this box move on its own. And the feeling in that room was so heavy. It was like the air was physically pressing down on my skin and my chest, and it was hard to breathe. I couldn't think. All I could feel was anger and fear. I don't even know where the anger came from. Maybe being angry at this thing makes me feel threatened in my own home. I'm not sure. I remember the box slid a few centimeters. It didn't slide by much, but after it slid, it was still, and the smell just faded away. But that entire day, I felt like something was almost sitting on my shoulders. My entire body felt so heavy, and I felt so tired and grouchy. And I was lashing out at everyone around me in this blind anger I couldn't explain. I went to bed early because I felt so tired, and I remember waking up the next morning and I had 3 lovely bright red scratches across the top of my arm, and I just knew I didn't do them. I'm a very bad nail biter. I haven't got any nails to speak of, and occasionally did not back them. The entire remainder of the time I stayed there, and for quite some time after, I couldn't shake this heavy feeling I had. I always felt like I had a chain strapped to my ankle. Every breath, every step felt heavy. I was so tired and depressed all the time. Ever since that day in the room with the box, it felt like something changed. Everything was flipped upside down, and my happiness tanked. Even 6 years later, shit isn't the same. So does anyone have any idea at all what this was? Before I explain, I've experienced 2 paranormal events when I was younger that I never shared with anyone, as I always loved horror movies and had a ton of nightmares. I knew no one would believe me, so I never said anything to anyone. Eventually, when the paranoia went away, I brushed it off as imagining things. In 2020, I woke up to 3 deep scratches along my stomach right after a nightmare where I was running away from a demon. I thought I did it, but realized I had just cut my nails the night prior. Also, It was only 3 marks, so it would have been 4 if I did it. They scarred for about a year, which is weird considering it felt like a scratch but burned a lot. I confided in a close friend who gave me a Bible, and I didn't experience anything unusual until recently. I moved to a new country in a brand new apartment. For 6 months, I haven't experienced anything. My husband came to visit for about a few months and left. A few weeks ago, we were video chatting on my laptop, and I woke up feeling unusually paranoid. It was 3 a.m., and I went on my phone to pass some time until I was tired. He was asleep on the other end. It was around 3:30 a.m. when I got off my phone and put on my sleeping mask. Then, my TV turned on full volume, and I started screaming my husband's name to wake up, because I was terrified. I was hoping I just laid on the remote, but my heart dropped when I saw it was about 10 feet away, sitting on a blanket. Coincidentally, when I ran to turn on the light and went to grab the remote, it was on the floor and had fallen off the blanket. There were no gusts of wind or anything to cause it to move, or my TV to turn on at full blast. I was crying and my husband was trying to calm me down, but couldn't. I've been staying at my co-worker's house since, grabbing my clothes or necessities during the day. I noticed my other TV would be on, so I unplugged it. A week ago, my friend finally came from where I used to work and stayed with me for a few days, so I decided to go back. We watched movies all day and night. I didn't have my Bible on me as I left it at my co-worker's house, but I felt great that I wasn't alone. For the first 2 nights, everything was fine. I would wake up at 2 a.m. to get water and have weird vibes, but nothing happened. Last night, I had fallen asleep on the couch and my friend paused the TV for me and fell asleep in the same room. My husband was on the phone with me video chatting as we were asleep. I had a nightmare that I had a baby and there was a fan in my room. The fan suddenly turned on its own and I was so angry that I screamed at whatever did it to leave me the fuck alone. In the nightmare, I knew I wasn't supposed to address it or respond to it, but I was so angry. Then I woke up to tapping. It was on the wall, behind my head, like someone tapping their nails on the wall one finger at a time. Like when someone is sitting at their desk and impatiently tapping their nails on the desk, but it was right behind my head. My eyes were closed when I heard it the first 2 times. When I opened my eyes and heard it 2 more times, looking over at my friend as I heard the last one do it slower. I yelled out their name and they eventually woke up confused and annoyed. I looked at my phone to check the time and it was 3:30 a.m. on the dot. I know they didn't hear it. My husband asked what was happening and he woke up from me yelling and upset. I explained what I heard and they both said it was probably nothing. I know I heard very inhuman taps along the wall, with dead silence in the house. I didn't go back to sleep that night, and now I'm back at my co-worker's house, sleeping with my Bible in my arms. I'm at a loss right now. I'm either going crazy, or something is fucking with me at night. I'm a grown adult who feels scared to be alone in the middle of the night. I feel like a child, and honestly, at this point, want to be left alone. I already suffer from depression and anxiety. This happened on the main island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, specifically in the Kingstown area. My school held the annual sports day at the Richmond Hill playing field, where students competed to see who would represent the house on sports day. By house, think of it like Harry Potter with Gryffindor, Slytherin, and all the others. Back when I was a fat kid, with zero intention to participate, but went just to get a day off from school and to talk with my friends. I stayed in the shade, drank cold sodas, and talked until it was time for my family member to pick me up. On the way home, there's a bit of traffic, so I took out the window to pass the time. That's when I see it. Not too far, but far enough to hardly notice physical features. 3 dogs running across a hill near Richmond Hill Road. 2 dogs were chasing around a much bigger dog. I don't know why, but I couldn't take my attention off the dog they were chasing. Something seemed off. It moved so weirdly. It was really nimble and funny looking. Traffic started moving again, And just before we were out of sight, the fucking dog stood up on its hind legs and started walking like a normal person. I'm talking about 4 good steps, arms waving back and forth, while beginning to look more human. I freaked out in the car, trying to tell my family members in the car what I just saw, but they laughed it off, claiming I'm hallucinating from all the running and overheating. Again, I was a fat, lazy piece of shit at the time who did more talking than running that day. The superstitious friends of mine claimed I saw a jumbie, which is a goat demon. Doubt it was a goat demon, but whatever it was, I'm confident I didn't hallucinate it. Falling toys. The earliest thing I can remember that really freaked me out about my house was the reoccurring experience of soft toys that I put away on top of my wardrobe suddenly falling to the floor. I would notice that a toy had definitely been on top of my wardrobe before I went to bed, would be on the floor when I woke up the next morning. Being a very young kid, it did freak me out, but I didn't really understand ghosts or anything, so I just kind of laughed it off, thinking it was the wind or poor placement of the toys. But as this became more common, I became more unsettled. I remember once when I heard a soft thud, I turned to see a toy hedgehog now on the floor. I was fed up at this point, and so I picked up the toy and said to the empty air, "If that was you, do it again." Nothing happened, so I brushed it off and tried to go on. I told my younger sister about what had been happening, and we both laughed about it. I had asked if she had had any similar experiences, but she said no. The last time I can remember a toy falling from my wardrobe was the worst of all. My sister had a friend over for a sleepover, and she had told her friend about the weird experiences. Their friend had asked to see it, so they came to my room. All 3 of us stood near the doorway, and I noticed the hedgehog on the floor again. I called out once again to the empty air, "If there's someone here, knock a toy off the wardrobe." We all waited in silence until suddenly there was a soft thud and a toy had fallen. I don't remember much of what I was thinking. All I remember was hearing someone scream and running out of my room. A toy hasn't fallen off of the wardrobe since. Sounds in the night. The next thing I remember happening in my house was a collection of small, unsettling things that happened in the middle of the night. I've always had trouble sleeping, so it was not uncommon for me to be awake long into the night when everyone else was asleep. It was during these unsettled nights that I would hear and experience a lot of things that I couldn't explain. The most common thing I remember happening was various creaks and sounds of people moving around. It wasn't unusual for my floorboards to creak, but they would only creak when people were walking around. But every time I checked to see if anyone was up and moving, they'd all still be fast asleep, and my sister's door would still be closed. There were also many occurrences of my hearing the sounds of scratching at my door if it was closed. This wasn't something that worried me, as we'd always owned cats, so I would just go and open the door to let them in. However, on multiple occasions, I opened the door to an empty corridor, with no cats even upstairs. That never sat right with me. The most disturbing and unexplainable thing that happened in the night was something I'll never forget. It had been a completely normal night. I had fallen asleep moderately easily, but a few hours later I woke back up and couldn't get back to sleep. I was frustrated, but so young that I didn't have a phone to keep me entertained, so I sat doing nothing until I could fall back asleep. However, before I could even get tired, a loud crash sound came through my room. I looked up frantically to see a small yellow ball bouncing on my floor, like it had just been thrown into my room. I was terrified. I picked up the ball and ran into the corridor, expecting to see maybe my sister or my mum. But the house was silent. My parents were fast asleep, and my sister's door was closed. For context, my sister always closes her door at night, and we always know when a door opens because her door has always been unbearably loud when opening. It creaks and floods the entire house with noise, so I knew immediately she had not left her room that night. Moving doors. Another common occurrence in my house that still happens to this day
is doors opening and closing without any wind or human influence. The most notable instance of this was one day where I was washing my hands and suddenly the bathroom door swung closed. I looked up in panic and watched as the door began to swing open and closed. I shouted out to see if anyone was on the landing, but my family were all downstairs. I cautiously turned around and called out for whatever was there to prove itself by closing the door. After a few seconds' pause, the door slammed shut and I screamed, quickly opening the door and running out of the bathroom. Once I had calmed down, I went back to the bathroom, thinking it might have been the wind. But to my horror, the window was closed tight. Ouija board sessions. For Christmas one year, I asked for a Ouija board. I was a weird kid. I used the board a few times with family in locations other than my own house. I had never been confident enough to use it in my home. Knowing the already concerning experiences I had had over the years, I was too scared to risk communicating with whatever may be living in the house. But one night, I decided that I felt brave enough to use the board in my house. It was around 2 a.m. I got the board out ready and opened it, using the safest methods I knew. I sat with my fingers resting on the planchette for a few minutes. I was too scared to ask anything. It felt like all of my courage from moments ago had vanished into thin air. I sat in tense silence for a few minutes before finally asking a question. "Is there anyone who would like to communicate?" I asked quietly, not wanting to wake the others in my house. Almost instantaneously, the planchette slid across the board. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I hadn't expected a response, especially not one this quickly. I tried to quell my building panic as the planchette flew across the board and sat firmly on yes. I sucked in a sharp breath and tried to think of what to ask next. "What's your name?" I asked, more cautiously. No response. How old are you?" Still nothing. I asked a few more questions, still to no avail. I had got one explicit response and then nothing more. Not even a shift. The planchette sat completely motionless on yes. Feeling defeated, I shut down the board. However, I couldn't just leave it like that. I had an uneasy feeling brewing in my stomach. I sat and contemplated what to do for a while before deciding to reopen the board and try again. I repeated the opening process and got ready to ask the questions again, this time with more determination. "Is anyone there who would like to communicate?" I asked once again. The planchette flew to yes, this time with more force. I had to swallow back a yelp at the action. I repeated the same questions from the previous session, and still I received no response, apart from the first response. My blood ran cold. I felt as if there was a looming presence in the room, watching my every move, but I couldn't see anyone. I closed the board frantically and hid it behind my bed. The feeling of pure terror didn't leave. I didn't fall asleep that night. I've never used that board in my room since. Sometimes when I see it in the corner of my eye, I can still feel that terrifying presence looming over my shoulder. So since I was little, I've always been very curious about the paranormal, and also obsessed with the story my mother told me about one of her experiences at her old job. Until 2 years ago, I had never had any experience, but the activity has increased. My first ever experience was in the middle of a class where I felt someone touch me on the back several times, but it couldn't be any of my classmates because I was in the back. From that day on, I've had several things happen to me in my house. I've heard very uncommon names in the country where I'm from. There have been objects thrown. I feel like I'm being watched and stuff like that. But there are 4 occasions I can't forget. 1. I've seen an old lady going from my bathroom to my parents' room. I've actually talked with my parents and uncle-aunt about this, and my aunt told me that it fit the description of my great-grandmother. 2. I heard a male screaming, "Get out," when I was going to go back to sleep. 3. So everyone knows the shadow man and stuff. I saw a tall, skinny man, completely white, almost like he was made of light. He was just standing on my doorway looking at me. I didn't feel safe at all. before. This one happened pretty recently. So I think about 5 days ago, I asked my mum about the place in which she had the experience I talked about in the start, because I always had an image come into my mind when I thought about it. I was basically asking her, oh, was there a large dark table made out of wood? And she looked kind of surprised and just confirmed everything I asked. I never saw a photo of the place, so I was just kind of in shock. Little backstory. I've been able to see things to a certain degree since I was young. Witchcraft runs in my family. I played a Ouija board before when I was 14, now 18. There's a shadow man and a female spirit that is like my bedroom. These spirits like to turn on my fan. The fan has a button that turns it on. Nothing else can turn it on. This happened last night, around 2:30 to 2:44 a.m. I'd come back from the hospital at around 1:30 and fell asleep next to my partner. I woke up and there was a face about 4 to 6 inches away from mine that I could fully see in my dark bedroom. It looked Caucasian, blue eyes, bald, no eyebrows or facial hair. I could also feel the bed sink down as if someone was over top of me, holding themselves up. It spoke calmly, "You need to get up." It got off and stood by my laundry basket about 3 feet away from the foot of my bed. I felt it get off the bed as my bed rose and moved. My partner was still sound asleep. As it stood by my basket, he said it again, "You need to get up." I could only see its face as the rest of him was completely black, and no physical features could be made out. I asked what, but it didn't say anything back. I sat up, and a few seconds after that, it was gone. I went back to sleep after a few minutes, and nothing else happened for the rest of the night. For some context to us moving, me and my family were moving between states with our 2 dogs. We stopped in Tombstone, Arizona, and were staying there for the night. At some point in the day, a man sitting on a bench across the street from a store stops us and says to look up to a window, because you could see a silhouette of a ghost. I was the only one who didn't see it. Later on, we went to our hotel, and the next morning, my brother and mom both said that they woke up in the middle of the night in sleep paralysis and saw a figure in our room. Fast forward some, we get to our new house for a few years, eventually get a 3rd dog, and while living here, the others claim they saw some paranormal events. Some at home, some out around town, or off the side of roads. Again, I never saw or felt the presence of anything. So finally, we're moving to our current residence. This is when I absolutely experienced something paranormal. Before I say what I felt, I'll talk about what I didn't have. Our 3 dogs weren't with us at the time. They were either at a pet hotel or at an apartment one of my parents was at, due to work, and they moved here before the rest of us. I cannot recall whether we had slept in our current house at this point. I know for certain that we had only just begun unpacking, and I only had my bed unpacked. We didn't have Wi-Fi. There was nothing for me to do at home, and even though I was a sophomore in high school, I didn't have my own cell phone. I hadn't even started attending my new school yet. So my parents and brother decided they wanted to go to a jiu-jitsu class. They already knew I didn't care to go, but they asked me one more time if I'd like to go just to watch. I once again declined. If I had the foresight to realize we didn't have Wi-Fi, I probably would have gone with them. I'm not too sure why my mother didn't leave her phone for me, because in my older house, this was something that happened a few times. It was already pretty late in the day. Alright, to the story. I'm now home alone, no dogs, no entertainment, no Wi-Fi, no phone. Well, I had a 3DS, but not my charger. I'm playing games for a bit when I notice it's about to die, and realize I left my charger in the car. My fun is now over. I can't recall what I'm doing, but for about 10 minutes I'm slowly getting bored. Something starts to feel off, but I brush it off as being in a new house all alone. It was a very quiet night. I was sitting on my bed listening to the echo of the highway a few miles out. Normally, I can't hear it when the AC turned on, but when it's turned off and dead quiet in my house, I can hear it. So the only things I can hear is the echo of a distant highway and the gentle ringing of oncoming tinnitus. Then I hear footsteps. It sounded like someone was walking on carpet. There's just this distinct noise to it. The door to my room was wide open, but even if it was closed, I would have heard footsteps. Even if I did close it, I couldn't lock it. Every doorway in my hall was open right now. I'm sitting there, frozen in place. What felt like a few minutes go by, and I hear footsteps. It's undeniable that I'm hearing footsteps. I slowly start to stand up and very cautiously make my way to the bathroom. When I walk out into my doorframe, the feeling that something is wrong starts to flood into me. I don't move at all. I'm just standing there waiting. When I hear a third footstep, I quickly dart for the bathroom across the hall and close the door, locking it. For a few minutes, I didn't hear anything. Then I hear another footstep. This time, it immediately gets followed up by another one, and then another. I can roughly tell where it is, and I hear it walk up to the bathroom door. At this moment, I was convinced there was someone in the house. For the next few minutes, there would be quick bursts of footsteps, as if someone was speed walking between rooms, stopping for a minute and then moving to the next room. Sometimes it stopped in front of the bathroom door. It was like a louder, constant movement. This goes on for a few minutes. I knew that if there was a person in my house, I probably couldn't fight them off. For some reason, I decided to say, "Go away," the next time the footsteps came up to the door. At this point, I was getting annoyed while still very scared. There was a prolonged period of silence before it moved to another room. It comes back, and I go, "You better leave right now." Silence. It moves to another room. The final time I say something, I say, "Leave me alone," and it goes away. I could still hear it moving around the hall and going to different bedrooms, but it seemed to have stopped waiting at the bathroom door. It also was back to slower footsteps, as if someone was trying to be quiet. Eventually, the footsteps walked away, and sounded like they went somewhere else in the house. I quit hearing them for the remainder of the night. I was too scared of what happened and stayed in my bathroom. Overall, I think I heard someone walking for about 45-ish minutes. When my parents came home, they were gone for about 2.5-ish hours. I explained what happened and we checked the entire house, after which everyone claimed it must have been a ghost. They were all surprised at how shaky I was and that I looked pale. To this day, I'm still skeptical on what really happened. Never witnessed or heard anything paranormal like this by myself prior. For the past few years living here, others in my family have experienced and seen things, even footsteps. I haven't had any more encounters. My wife and I bought a house in the country, next to a Civil War battlefield in Northern Virginia. The original property was a 4,000-acre plantation that was subdivided into multiple smaller farms. The original plantation house of the 4,000-acre property was situated on our lot 15 yards behind the house, with all of its stone foundation, chimney, and well. Our house was built in the mid-80s by hand and by the previous owner, who worked for NASA and IBM, and passed away after a battle with cancer. We fell in love with this house and property. You could tell this was the man's life's work. After purchasing the house for a great price, we walked the property with his widow and oldest adult son. They walked the entire property and house with us. But what I found odd is that both the widow and son adamantly refused to enter the half-unfinished downstairs basement. Long story with too many experiences to list. My wife and I, over the course of 5 years, friends and family that stayed the nights, all experienced poltergeist phenomena. From the TV changing itself to the NASA space station channel regularly, the cabinet slamming, footsteps heard throughout the house, an out-of-body sound of someone clear as day whistling, for a dog was heard by everyone regularly. Sometimes the whistling would be right over our shoulder, in our ear, like it was messing with us. Sometimes while you were in the shower. One time in the basement alone, I was painting the ceiling on a ladder and I heard the double whistle right in my ear over my shoulder. So loud and clear, I jumped off the ladder, backed myself up against the wall to see what was coming. I was so freaked out, I actually ran out the back door to the backyard and went around the house to get back upstairs instead of running through the basement to get to the stairs. I'm not an easily shaken man by any means whatsoever, but that was too much. My dog would always stare and bark at the top corner of the family room. He refused to go downstairs. I would pick him up and physically carry him downstairs to only have him sprint right back up and bark at us from the top of the stairs till we came back up. My wife has had a hand brush across the back of her neck multiple times. Sinks, lights turning on by themselves right in front of us. Keys and other important small things go missing to never be found again, no matter how hard we searched every inch of the house. I would wake up around 4:30 a.m. to go to work and would regularly find the same two doors leading out back towards the old plantation house wide open, with bugs and mosquitoes flying in for Lord knows how long. Maybe all night after we made sure to lock them every night. My mother-in-law was awoken one night by a man's voice asking her, "Who are you?" While living in a haunted house, you have no choice but to ignore the activity. We got used to it, and it would come and go in cycles. We never felt in a bad presence or saw any apparitions. We always figured it was the old owner, and would always joke to each other, "There goes Mr. Copper." But one day, I was home alone laying on the couch in broad daylight after a long day of work, when I heard a bang so loud that it actually shook the entire 3,000 square foot house, and it sounded like it came from our large attic. I immediately jumped up and thought one of the large oak trees around the house crashed through the roof. I sprinted outside to assess the damage, but the roof was completely fine on the trees. My second thought was that our AC units in the attic we had just replaced fell off the pedestals and crashed through the ceiling. I grabbed a flashlight and scoured the entire attic to find nothing wrong. Definitely no earthquake in the area, and no other neighbors felt anything. Seems like the activity in the house picked up 10 times towards the last month while we were there, getting the house ready to sell. It's been 2 years since we moved and had no activity since. But not a day goes by where I don't think about the strange activity in the house. Was just curious if anyone has had similar experiences, especially with unexplained house-shaking bang. About 7 years ago, in my house, I began to have weird experiences we would call un duende, which is similar to a dwarf, goblin, or gnome. It first began as someone knocking the window of my parents' bathroom. They occurred at daytime. At first I thought it was the wind when it hit the window, but I tried an experiment recreating the sound, and it wasn't the same as the wind hitting the window. Some days later, I was walking outside in my yard and saw the line of flower pots we had. I began to see something rustling and running towards me in the pots. I ran inside my house and had my door slightly open from the dining room. I was looking at the door when I saw a small shadow figure with a point on its head, walking creepily until it had hid behind the cabinet there. I was mesmerized, so I decided to tell my brother about my events. He told me I was being dumb and crazy, even though he had heard the knockings in the window before. So one day, when the lights went out at night, he was using a cell phone flash to light. And when lighting his feet while walking, a shadow figure began to run between his legs and he screamed about it. Even sometimes he was outside and could see my dog crouch and growl at something, sometimes but nothing was there. Even once he was in the bathroom and heard the knocking and how something dropped off and stepped on the tank in the ground in front of the window, like if it was escaping from their mischief. Another day, I was just waking up in the morning and heard some whistling, like calling for attention. It was weird, because it was like if it came from outside, but you could hear it close. and it was like it came from the ambience. The major thing that happened is that one day, the house keys got lost, so my mom was angry and made us look for them. We looked for them all day and night and eventually let it go. The next day I went to college and received a call from my mom telling me she found the keys, and I asked her, where were they? She told me they were in the window outside of my bathroom. Did you put them there? I was shocked because neither my brother and I took the keys, and my mom was angry enough, so we also discarded the fact that she did it to prank us.